All righty. Well, Miss Judy, what did you think?
I was just looking through the video.
Yeah, I'm going to download it. I'm going to edit it. But that's basically a raw video that I did. And that's kind of how I do it. So I've got an hour there, and that'll probably be two or three different videos because I'll probably break that up into some sections to make it a little bit more manageable. But it'll probably be two or three 10-minute videos,
Will you
10,
be
15
adding
minutes.
things to it?
Yes. Now I have to go into post production. I have to correct some of the errors, for example, and got to correct errors. I've got to add intros and outros, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Kind of like we did the other day. And then this will be published on the Slide Rules and Mathematics channel.
It was interesting seeing the other calculators that you haven't introduced before.
Yep. Yeah, got some cool stuff. And, I actually use these things periodically.
Have you used the rangefinder for the artillery?
No, I have not. But I did find a Canadian artilleryman that wanted to teach me how to use it. That needs to be worked on a little bit for the simple reason that it is the wood's not very good and the slide is extremely stiff. It's just one of those things that it needs some tweaking. You can tweak these things a little bit. Some of them have adjustable springs on them. And because they have adjustable springs, you can make them work a little bit better. I'm trying to put all this stuff away. But I've been using an E6P flight computer for quite some time, and there's a really nice, when I do the video on that, there's a really nice app that you can get on your iPad for that. Let's get everything put together here. Get Grandpa's slide rule put away before I break it. He's already got some chips on it. Hey, Colin.
Hi, Bob. How you doing, mate?
Oh, hanging in there.
Yeah, I just
Did you
thought I'd
find
pop
that
on.
enjoyable?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll be definitely telling my tutors in the college I work at that that site is available for them to use the slide rules on. That's going to be wicked for the students.
Yeah, it really teaches you the understanding of what you're doing.
Oh yeah, obviously.
And as you can see, unless you're right up on it all the time, you can screw up like I did.
Well, the thing is, we deal with engineering students all the time, so it's going to be a case of we'll slap that on the actual big screen. They can actually see it all working. So that's just awesome.
Yeah, they're really amazing things. When the zombies show up, not only can you still calculate, but that Fuller calculator might, you could use that as an anti-zombie weapon too.
Definitely.
That's one big ass calculator. All right.
I was just looking to see if you're live anywhere else at the moment. Are you having the time out?
Yes, I am. This is going out live right now.
Oh, cool. No. Well, in the background, I actually look in the OBS and the Streamlabs and all that to find all those bits and pieces. Did you have a look at the link I sent you for the social streaming?
No, I have not yet. I was kind of getting ready for this, and I've got a number of errands that I have to run today. And I spent entirely too much time online yesterday and neglected some of my other work. So I've got a bunch of evaluations that I have to do, and I want to get those done today. I've got some bills to pay.
Yeah, you definitely got some chores to do.
Yeah. My wife wants me to get a gift certificate for her mother at the hair salon. And of course, it can't be the hair salon here. It's got to be the hair salon in 2 towns over. Hang on, I think somebody's here.
No, it's probably me because, oh, unless you've got somebody at the door.
Yeah, I think I have somebody at the door.
Okay.
Owen, are you a moderator on his channel? On the Discord?
Not on this Discord.
We had a time yesterday when we needed a moderator. Well, we did have a moderator here, fortunately.
I'm worried about opening the mic. My granddaughter's having a little a shouting time.
Okay.
Sorry, Judy. Yeah. Yeah, she's getting to the 2 stage where she's starting to say, "Oh dear," an awful lot. At least she's not coming out with cursey words.
She does come up with balls, but
No,
balls can be anything.
that's Christmas balls.
Balls can be anything.
Yep, it was UPS. Christmas is here.
I only popped on for a few seconds just to say hi, Bob, and say thanks for all that. But my granddaughter's playing up in the background, just saying hi. Yeah, this is her.
Give me a second here. Let me see if I can show you this. Let's get this working here. Now this is an E6B. I wonder if I can flip that around. Give me a second. This is a different. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do this right side up, but this is an E6B that you can use as a flight computer that's available on your iPhone and your iPad. So for example, my speed's 135 knots, and here's my time, 2.5 hours, and I can figure out how far I can go in 2.5 hours. Looks like it's 337 nautical miles, but it's kind of cool, and it's expandable. It's a pretty cool little device.
Oh, I'll definitely have to look for that one. That could be fun too.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stick a link to this in the description of the video today when I get a moment.
Do commercial
It'll
pilots
definitely.
use them?
What?
Do commercial pilots use them now?
Yes. We have computers that do it, of course. But, this is a nice way to just figure out density, altitude real quick, or it's used mostly for flight students so they understand the relationships between everything. But it's a nice little tool to be able to use.
Anyway, Bob, I'm gonna have to drop off. I'll catch you sometime soon to take you through that social streaming stuff, and also probably got an idea for getting a rotation on the screen for you, so you can pick that up too. All right.
All right,
So,
sounds good.
yeah, I've got to go because I've got to get the granddaughter to bed. My daughter's going out for a party tonight.
Oh, that doggone rotating Earth means that your time is you're not in the middle of the afternoon like I am.
Oh no, it's definitely dark over here, and it's a little bit misty. And I caught the wind things earlier, and central England. There you go.
Gotcha.
All right, catch you later, dude. Take it easy.
Thank you for stopping by, Colin.
No problem.
Oh, well, Judy, I'm probably going to take off here for a minute too. It's not too
Keep
bad.
an eye on it once in a while because you don't have any moderators here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I've got to have my phone with me, and the errands that I have to make are pretty local for right now. Supposed to get a headset today, which will be nice. It's a wireless headset for when I'm not in my studio. I can still be on here periodically. How are things going with you over in Finland now?
That's fine. It's icy outside.
Well, it's winter in Scandinavia. I think
We've
you're going
had
to have a lot of
temperatures
that
above
for a while.
freezing.
Yeah, that's weird. It's relatively warm out there right now, isn't it?
Yeah, and when there's been snow and then temperatures above freezing, then the sidewalks and roads are very icy.
Indeed, it was. Is that correct? I actually have some people watching right now. Or do I?
I show 11 people.
Yeah. Is that correct? I actually have some people watching right now. Or do I? Turn that volume
Echo.
off. Yeah, it's the volume on my iPad. Yeah, it's not a bad little thing. It's just you and I in here right now. We got 11 watching. We should have. There should be a link to the Discord.
There is in the description.
Yeah, it's working. I just wanted to make sure it was working right.
But there's 2 links to the Discord.
Yeah, they should both work. Let's get this cleaned up a little bit. But that's just one of those things that I've been meaning to make for a while, and I'm glad I was able to at least get the raw data out. They had a few viewers. It's kind of a specialty subject, but there were definitely a few viewers. So it didn't work out too badly.
I like the comment for the online demo about using the cursor to move the cursor.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Well, that's where cursor came from. I haven't even seen any of the comments yet, so I'm going to go have a quick look at them and see what they had to say.
Somebody was asking about the abacus,
Yeah, I've got an abacus as well.
and they were asking if the slide rule replaced the abacus.
No, they didn't. And the reason being is that an abacus is primarily for addition and subtraction, whereas a slide rule is for multiplication and division and trigonometric functions.
As I've said, I've seen one in actual use, a cashier using it.
Yep. Yeah, it worked out pretty well. I want to see whether or not we could actually see things. Yeah, we could. They were nice and clear.
It looked like you were looking at it at an angle rather than straight down.
What do you mean, the slide rule camera?
Yes.
Well, I'm sure it was. It's only a couple of inches away, and but it looks clear to me. You can definitely see the scales on it, which is what I was shooting for.
Yes.
All right, so let's see if I can download that in HD. Okay, let's bring this over. Hey, Sabo Eagle. Oh yeah, no, the video and the audio is actually working out really well. Haven't had any issues with it. I've kind of got it dialed in now, and I've got a decent enough studio that I've got the equipment that I need. So that just makes it a lot easier. When you have the right equipment, things really work a lot better. Yeah, it's not done compiling yet, so I can't download it yet. We'll give it a little while. But I think it went out pretty well. Well, Miss Judy, I'm going to go ahead and run those errands real quick and see what's going on. And then I will be back. I'll monitor in the chat. SC, what are you doing here?
I'm not allowed?
No, I asked you to leave the channel.
No worries. Let your channel die. No problem.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm glad that you saw that before you left.
Yeah, I am too. The thing about it is they're continuing this up, and he's continuing to support them doing it. So I just really don't want him around.
Can he get back in?
Yeah, he can. I didn't ban him. I asked him to leave, and I think I was polite to him about it. And I was polite to him again just now. I asked him to leave, and he left. I don't think he'll come back in and be disruptive.
If he does, there
If he
needs to be.
does, he'll be booted.
Well,
I can take over. I can take over the channel at will,
okay.
even from my phone on the road. I just pull over to the side, and I can have somebody off the channel in just a minute or two. So I'm going to go run and get that stuff done. The other one will be on, and I will be available. I should be able to get in anytime I need to. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Hello, Eric.
I believe we're entirely incognito, that this is not live on YouTube. But I could be wrong. The lack of evidence is not necessarily evidence of a lacking.
Hey guys. Y'all out there, guys?
No, I'm
Well,
not.
almost
There.
everybody's muted except for dog, 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 dog.
All righty.
I'm out there. I'm way out there. Far out, man. Someone in the side chat was saying they were waiting for someone to start talking about something, and I have an idea. A suggestion for the flat earthers who want to measure curvature of water.
A party icebreaker. Maybe some liquor.
Or just a huge polar bear. That'd break the ice. I think
Yeah.
it goes somewhere like Western Sahara. Crowdfund it, obviously. Or get corporations to sponsor them. That'd be nice. Build a huge solar farm in the desert for power supply. And, build themselves a nice little eco-friendly, sustainable village to live in while they're working, and leave it for the locals when they evacuate afterwards. Obviously. Goes without saying. Photovoltaic farm and a desalination plant on the coast. And a pumping station. Pump the water from the desalination plant up and into a concrete trench. And they should build, talking Sahara here, there's plenty of sand. It's the main ingredient in concrete and glass, either of which can be used to hold water. You could build a nice concrete, maybe glass lined to make it watertight, trench, across Africa.
Is that a line you're going to force, or is that a line you want to follow the contours?
A level line once they fill it, assuming there isn't much flow along it. The flow will affect it slightly. Evaporation along the way will affect it, but it'll be pretty close to level. And then they can build more modern, high-tech, safe, environment-friendly, water-efficient and power-efficient villages with photovoltaic roofs, with a little tower in each, at regular intervals along the sides of this water trough. They can survey tower to tower, all the way back to the coast, and actually, get a three-dimensional model of the locations of the towers. If they get the air pressure gradient, top of tower to bottom of tower, they can extrapolate from that to where 1013.2 millibars would be, which is a standard for sea level. High altitude flight standard for sea level rather than actual sea level, but it's close enough. They could do it several days, different weather conditions, to make sure they get an average. That would give them curved sea level. And once they've done that, they can leave the thing pumping clean water into the middle of Africa where people really need it.
That would not only be scientifically but socially responsible.
Yeah.
Indeed, I once calculated how much water it would take to make the Sahara a rainforest, and it's a big number, but it is theoretically possible.
If the Earth was rotating in the opposite direction, it would be a rainforest.
Right. It was a rainforest in the past, too.
If it's a rainforest, you get a lot of evaporation from it. There actually recondenses back onto it, or recondenses above it and falls back into it. So the amount of rain it needs to be a rainforest is a lot more than the amount of water you have to pump into it to make it a rainforest. If that makes sense.
It would be a fabulous way to sequester a tremendous amount of CO2.
Oh, yeah.
They'd probably just burn it for farmland, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah.
A fair amount of farmland would be nice, but yeah.
I'm sorry, that was mean.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's more of a South American thing. In Africa, they're more busy burning each other.
Yeah, that's true too. I'm waiting for that live stream to compile so I can download it and start editing it this evening.
a 12-hour live stream. That could take a while.
No, it's only an hour.
All right. Could do a compilation video, just all the times Rakia talks over someone.
I'd rather do all the times he's going to talk over him on this channel in the future.
Yeah, that's a better video. Shorter too.
Much shorter.
The shorter on land, and therefore less useful for measuring curvature, also probably more ambitious version of that water pipe, whichever. It should have a roof over it to reduce evaporative losses and mosquitoes. We'd come in from the Niger Delta. Problem is, then you're going through mountains. It requires an awful lot of work. You can use the rocks you remove from the mountains to build the houses and the villages you're going to leave behind as you move on, but it's still a lot of work drilling through a mountain.
Well, that's one good function of governments. No private company would do that, but a government might do it just for social reasons.
You get almost exactly halfway through. Just as you're passing under the ridge, notice that you're actually going through a seam of diamonds. Then you have to keep very, very quiet about it because there is about to be a war over which side of the border those diamonds are on. And you want to be out and gone and across the desert before that war starts.
Oh, I'm going to go get going on my errands. I got to figure out what on earth I did with my wallet. Well, in case anybody's interested, our friend not only managed to get doxing strikes, he got 2 copyright strikes.
That's good.
How did he manage that? Was he trying to cherry pick quotes from someone who had copyrighted music playing in the background while they were talking? Very unfortunate for him.
No, what he did was he just re-uploaded directly from a video with nothing, which is kind of interesting. You know, he just re-uploaded a part of a video on 2 different occasions. Got to modify it a little bit. You can't have your entire video being a copy of somebody else's video. Bad news.
I've seen your videos, but I guess that's when they have the permission of the original creator.
Well, the way fair use works is that you have to modify it extensively and use it for educational purposes. And even then, you can still run into some problems.
So did any of you guys have a chance to watch the slide rule video?
No, not yet, Bob, unfortunately.
It's just a little introduction to the different types and stuff, including some aviation slide rules and some auxiliary slide rules. Just a little something I put together just to film some material for some future videos. You get to see me make mistakes.
We all do that.
Yeah, I sure did. I screwed up a couple of things. I had a boomer moment.
Oh, yeah, that's what I need to do.
How are you doing, Alan? This is Judy.
Hi, Judy. I had a really unpleasant day today, but things is improving now, which is always good.
Well, I hope it wasn't too serious.
Oh, I just woke up this morning with back pain up the UR, which is expected, unfortunately. Pain management is rather difficult these days, so you know. So some days I can't pretend it doesn't hurt.
day, Bob. Why the pictures of the B-17s?
Because B-17s are cool, plus they're Terrys.
My father was a radio operator on a B-17 during World War II.
Cool.
Well, Sally B, the B-17 that was in the photograph, is the only operational B-17 in Europe, and she is operated as a flying memorial to the men of the 8th, 8th Air Force. Although, of course, as in the case of all flying B-17s now, she didn't actually see active service during the war.
Well, Dad was in a B-17G stationed in England, and he was famous for putting more holes in the tail section than he was in the enemy planes.
Do you know where he was stationed?
No, I don't. I don't. The only things that he talked about, he had to bail out over the channel one time. Said when he hit the water, his feet were frozen, and said when he hit the water, it hurt more than anything he'd ever felt before. And then the other time he bailed out over Germany near the end of the war and got captured. I have his dog tags from the prisoner of war camp in that he got when he was in Germany. He said that because he was there like the last 6 months of the war, his treatment was bad at first, but towards the end, when they realized the American army was coming, they put up all the prisoners in the local towns. And they had I guess it was a hotel or something, and started treating them really nice before releasing them.
Yeah. The please be nice to us when we're your prisoners routine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just that I live right in the middle of one of the biggest concentrations of US bomber airfields in England. There's and it's amazing how many there were.
Yeah, there were a lot.
Mostly you can't go in a straight line. You can't go 7 or 8 miles without bumping into an air base around here.
Anybody home?
Is it about 9 o'clock for you, Alan?
No, it's about 7 o'clock for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm on UTC or GMT or whatever you'd like to call it now. And I have to remember that Finland is 2 hours, isn't it?
Yes. I don't know why I asked if it was 9 for you, because it's 9 here.
Yeah. Because, of course, I kind of remember EU-sized Europe being one time zone. And, of course, now now there's an awful lot more countries in the EU. It's definitely more than one time zone, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Portugal uses the same time zone as the UK, so there's already at least two time zones.
Yes, it's Spain that it's a fair bit of Spain ought to be on GMT, but isn't because they will have the same time zone as everybody else.
Yes, this was a fascinating question, and I just pulled it up. A line from Finland, the Baltic states, to Greece. We'll skip over Belarus and Ukraine, of course, but they are EU members, and they're all in Eastern European time zones. So there are three.
I would have thought the Poles would have been on Eastern European time zone as well.
Right, but they're not.
Sorry? But they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I thought Poland was far enough east for that, but
Yep.
of course, I'm used to seeing things like Mercator projections, and they're not necessarily always good for longitude, are they?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Greenland is not the size of Africa.
No. I mean, it even gives the UK a little bit of a help, doesn't it, a Mercator projection? Gives our tiny little island a little bit of pizzazz.
Oh, pardon me. Back to work for a moment.
When I was growing up, we were fortunate. We had globes and lots of maps in our house, and I grew up using them.
We had a fair number of maps here at home. Most, I have to admit, mostly Ordnance Survey, but for somebody who lives in the UK, that is the mapping for the UK that you want to be using because it's generally authoritative. But I had world atlases and stuff like that, and I had a globe, but only a little one.
We had topographical relief maps of the of the areas around where we lived. And when you look at those, the sides are not forming right angles because they follow the curvature of the Earth. And so when you
Yeah,
put a bunch of them together, all the sides are curved.
that's always a problem when you that is always a problem when you're trying to stitch maps together. They tend not to overlap very well.
Just because the Earth isn't flat.
That's the problem we have in Michigan. If you look at the section maps for aviation in Michigan, they meet at the center of the state. There's 4 different section maps that come together. Michigan's not on a single map.
Right.
So they actually had to make one just for Michigan so that it worked right.
Oh. Yeah, I guess if the area you're actually flying in is basically the corner of 4 different maps, that's not particularly cool.
That would be my house.
Ordnance Survey here have a or may still have site where you can order a custom map. It was your choice of scale, 50,000, 25,000 or 10,000, and you can choose where to center it. And
I know, that's a brilliant thing, isn't it?
it's brilliant if you want a 25,000 or a 50,000 scale map on your wall. If you are operating the Kestrel pub up Littondale, or the Tan Hill Inn, or the Grinton Bridge Hotel, there's a lovely place. You can get the 25,000 scale map centered on your hotel, or the 50,000, whichever. Centered right on you.
Or the Kirkstone Pass Inn. That's where I would drink for a week when I was a teenager. Each year, when in the Lake District.
I think I know that one. In the south.
On the A592 between Oswalter and Windermere.
All right. Too far east for me, that.
Yeah, I know. Wrong side of the country and a fraction further north.
It's more that my time in the Lake District has been spent west of Helvellyn.
Ah.
Did Helvellyn once, and it was trampled to death. Literally nothing growing on it, and it was covered in litter, and there were people dropping more. This scene, you know?
Yeah.
If you, Lake District would be a good enough one. Pick a pub there, center it on your pub.
Yeah.
If you actually want a map to take with you when you're hiking, you run into this really weird problem that if you center it, the center of the route you want to walk, you have to keep extending it and flipping it over and see the other side. Your walk is going to be on the top half and the bottom half. If it's centered on a spot, actually centered on an interesting spot, and that crease across the middle of the map, when you fold it up to put it in your map pocket, is going to wear out the interesting part in the middle. You actually have to pick a place to put it where the pattern of folds isn't going to destroy anything of interest. I never did choose a good place for that.
Although, of course, depending on the actual route you're taking, it might be worth having something printed up that you can get the whole that is randomly set up so that you can get the whole route on one sheet.
It would be nice. It would save weight in some places, but I think the way to do that is actually old RAF strike nav. You wouldn't get a square meter piece of paper showing a 50 by 50 kilometer or 25 by 25 kilometer area. You would get a strip of paper, one A4 sheet, 21 centimeters wide. That's showing 5 kilometers width in 25,000 scale or 10 on 50,000 scale. From point to point along your route. Then the next page along would be from that point to the next point. Obviously, when you're hiking, you're making a lot more turns. If you're walking the 27 Dales Way, you would want a map that goes from Tarn to Ingleton, a continuous stripe. Then from Ingleton to the Tan Hill Inn as a continuous stripe, and then Tan Hill Inn down to Middlesmore as one continuous stripe. So you can just go from one opening to the next across the concertina for each of those walks.
Yeah.
And if necessary, you make your whole map just do A4 the other way, so it's just 29 centimeters tall, extremely wide. Then you go along to the correct opening and you walk across it each time. Make it as a continuous ribbon and scroll it. Make it in waterproof fabric, water-resistant fabric, linen.
If you're doing it as a continuous strip, there's nothing to stop you. And you're custom printing the strips, of course. There's nothing stopping you literally rotating the.
Yeah, you rotate
map,
the whole grid and everything so that each section of your map is aligned with the route and has its own grid printed on it. Say magnetic north is this way, grid north is this way for this section.
Because each section is essentially a different little map.
Where you arrive in Ingleton on one map and set off from Ingleton on the next, the Ingleton part repeats. It's on both.
Yeah.
You can actually do this, you know. Dazzle actually will print custom linen. Could copy the Ordnance Survey maps from Bing, load them to Zazzle, get them printed on linen, pay it, and then take it with you. Cut it into strips and take it with you, or not even cut it, just fold it in between the map sections. Waterproof yourself if necessary.
Of course, most people these days just take their maps on an electronic device, don't they?
Yeah. And it's amazing how many of them are halfway across Camfell and the batteries run out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I would never ever rely on a battery operated device for navigation in especially in country where it's going to make potentially fatal difference between life and death.
Or the other good one, of course, is you get up Whernside or just on the Brimham Rocks. And some of the weather I've seen up the Dales in the Lake District, and all your battery-operated devices, even the ones that are allegedly water-resistant down to 10 meters depth, down.
Yeah. Yes, it could be very unpleasant on the tops, can't it?
Extremely.
Of course, I remember the good old days when doing a Duke of Edinburgh Award expedition in the Lake District. One had to go in the morning to the telephone box and get the recorded weather forecast that you could dial into for the tops.
Still remember faxing for the METAR for Leeds Bradford Airport. See, ring this number and they will fax you back the weather report.
Yeah,
You know whether it's worth driving there and renting a helicopter for the day for an hour.
yeah. I mean that's good, but I mean, you know, when you're going to spend the day walking, say from say Ullswater across to
Asmere?
further than that, actually, up to right up to Grisdale, up the Grisdale Valley to Dungeon Gill. It's the only option the only Met forecast you've got to say is walking to the telephone box and dialing the pre-recorded thing, telling you, which basically made you decide whether or not you needed to use your wet weather route or your normal route.
Dungeon Gill is one of those places where how you get off the mountain depends very much on the weather. So personally, I think the actual Dungeon Gill itself is not a way off the mountain, not in any weather, they're in a hurry or not.
No, as I recall it, our route actually meant we came down off the tops and then had to walk up the valley to the campsite.
That's fair. There aren't a lot of diagonal routes to that campsite on the east side. You sort of north, south, and west, north, south, east, and west out of it, and there's a horseshoe around the ridge on the west side, but there is no over the top to the campsite from southeast or northeast that I think you could use. Cut off that way.
Actually, I've just realised I'm remembering it wrong. We actually went over we took a circuitous route over Helvellyn and stayed at the Angletown. There's the small lake under Striding Edge, and then there's another one off to the side a bit, and we camped there overnight, and then the next day we went up, and so I think the campsite was up Langdale Park, up near Dungeon Gill. I think it's Dungeon Gill Hotel.
Dungeon Gill and Langdale is the east side of Crinkle Crags. It's effectively down the back on the right side of Ranty's favourite photograph from Southport. Helvellyn is next one north from that, on the right side of Derwentwater. Or on the right side, next valley over from Derwentwater, isn't it? It's
Helvellyn is to the east side of Thirlmere.
Thirlmere, yeah. It's Derwent, Ashness, Thirlmere, Helvellyn, Ullswater, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been. So we're talking 1980 here for me.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, it's. And I no longer have my set of oh god, what were the guidebooks, the really good ones with all the lovely drawings in.
I don't know. My first walk in the Lake District.
Hang on.
They didn't make hiking boots small enough for me, so I went up in little leather shoes with shiny little buckles on them to climb over individual heather bushes. The other problem with navigating by electronic device up there is that if you're following your GPS and trusting your GPS just to tell you where you are, but to tell you which way to go, would be really worried about what route it's following. Because last time I looked at the Scarfell Pike Ordnance Survey map, there was public right-of-way footpath marked to Scarfell and along the ridge from Scarfell to Scarfell Pike to Broadcrag, Illcrag and Great End. The little black dotted lines marking there is actually a footpath on the ground here go along the ridge top. The fat green short dashes marking the public right-of-way tend to take a bearing and go that way for a multiple of 250 meters. Two legs of the right-of-way actually go clean off the cliffs on the east side and then come back up them to get back onto the ridge. Ever since I saw that, I've thought, don't follow the GPS.
Thinking of was my set of Wainwrights.
So it would be Wainwright, yes. Then Wainwright on the Pennine Way, and indeed Wainwright Ale.
But yeah, he did the complete Lake District, didn't he? Which was brilliant. I didn't have a complete set, but I did have. I made sure I always had a Wainwright for every area of the Lake District that I was actually going to be walking in. But I believe one of the problems with Ordnance Survey on one of the series is it can be really difficult to tell the difference between a footpath and certain and one of the tiers of like local government boundaries, parish bound. Can't remember. I think it might be the parish boundary and the footpath symbols are incredibly similar.
I found myself looking at suspiciously straight footpaths on the map, which then just go to a point and make a sharp angle and go dead straight again. Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong symbols again a couple of times, but you can usually figure it out.
Yeah, they tend to be the ones that go over cliffs.
Yeah. Or cross rivers without using the bridge.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like. I mean, basically, when we were planning our Duke of Edinburgh Award expeditions, we made sure to basically use Wainwright routes where we could, so that we didn't get anything wrong with the plan.
There is actually a very handy addition to the Ordnance Survey maps, which does help you avoid making that mistake. Along those parish boundaries tend to be boundary stones. You'll be following this little line of black dashes going, I'm going to walk along this footpath up here, and the map will say BS. I thought that was funny. You don't have to laugh.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of I had a rough day today, so I'm still kind of a bit slow.
Today wasn't too bad. I went to the pharmacy to pick up prescriptions and the self-test kit, and they're out of stock of self-test kits, so that was kind of bad. But today was actually all right compared to last weekend, and I sort of waded into thigh-deep, fairly cold water to cut up and haul out the fallen tree branch big enough to be a tree in its own right that was damming up the stream, backing up the water, and threatening to make a right mess. Succeeded in breaking it up into smaller pieces and throwing some of them out, then dropped the saw. I climbed back out, go and get a rake, come back and rake the bottom of the river to find the saw again before I could get back to work.
I hope that was a hand saw and not a chainsaw.
Yeah. It wasn't so bad at first, but after you've been in there a while, you start noticing that you are slowing down. Not thinking as clearly as you used to. Even if you're not shivering, that just means you've lost the shiver reflex. You still need to stop and go inside and have a warm shower and a cup of tea.
Yeah, my son used to work as a volunteer in the Broads Authority, and he did it as on a part of a day release scheme from school. more than, and they let him out of school more than they should have done to do it, because my son's school didn't exactly get on, if you know what I mean. And he loved it, and he would quite happily stand in chest waders dragging matted stuff out of the bottom of dikes and what have you all day up to his chest in water in December and January.
I had a part of the reason it was taking a long time, part of the reason I was pretty keen on stopping as soon as I started not thinking clearly was it's not just a mess of seaweed and discarded rubbish bags or whatever you might find, sitting in a pond. It's one continuous tree branch that is very long and branched, as branches tend to be.
Yeah.
Fallen in, its ends have dug into the bank, and then the fat end has gone in and dug into the bed, or vice versa. So the whole thing is bent under its own weight. Just like a longbow, it's trying to spring straight. As you start cutting into it, weakening it, and suddenly both sides of the cut, it springs straight. And one side is going to split up the middle, and the other side is going to have the spike that came off that side and spring away from you, or drop on you, or go away from you and bounce back toward you, or something.
I know.
It's got all these fingers where it's stuck into the mud, so it's not easy to move. And I'm in thigh-deep water. So, getting knocked down is a pretty serious issue here, especially if you can't get right back up.
Indeed.
Then, of course, it's not stuck in a pond, it's stuck in a river.
Oh, yeah.
So we have 6 inches depth of water on the upstream side of all the crap that's got lodged in the twigs on the thin end of this branch. I'm trying to dislodge. It's upstream of me.
Yeah, not something you want to be doing. I mean,
you see how this could make me nervous.
Yeah. Remember, dikes aren't lakes. Dikes are drainage ditches.
Yeah.
Around here, anyway.
Yes, but they generally don't have.
It don't have a flow.
Yeah.
Or don't have much of a flow. I agree. It oozes by rather than anything else, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can watch the oil slowly spread down it from where somebody polluted it, rather than occasionally seeing something go zip past you.
Indeed. Unless you chuck it. Yeah, I mean, we do have some rivers with some decent flow on them. Considering how flat the ground, the land is.
So flat.
It's quite surprising how fast they flow.
Yeah, but your rivers are actually having to flow very fast 1/3 of the time to make up for spending 2/6 of the time standing still and 1/3 of the time flowing backwards.
True. I was actually shocked this year to actually realise that it's tidal at Potterheim. Twenty-four miles. Well, 24 miles from where it meets the sea.
Seen how far up the Ouse and the Trent are tidal? Lincoln is tidal, actually.
Yeah, probably quite a long way, because they're also in pretty flat country, aren't they?
If you look at the flood maps, Lincoln ends up being it gets divided by a channel as the river there floods, but the north side of Lincoln is the south end of an island. Sea level rises that far.
Yeah.
It'll go all the way around that bit and fill in the Humber, Trent, Ouse, up the Aire, up the Wharf, through York into the Nid, Ure and Swale. On the Trent, it nearly gets far enough to meet the Severn. Whatever that one is that flows out past Chester backs up that far as well.
I think they say if the sea ever comes through the ridge of high along the Norfolk coast, or through the dunes that come as they come round and get a bit lower. If the sea ever seriously gets through there, they reckon we could lose like several hundred square miles of Norfolk.
Yeah, I think the 5 or the 10-meter contour line is at Peterborough.
Yeah, something like that.
So 2 meters of sea level rise, an awful lot of rain, and a very big storm coming down the North Sea on a high tide. Oxford and Cambridge boat race actually becomes an Oxford to Cambridge boat race.
Yeah, let's just now these were all taken around the same, all the nighttime photos were all taken within 2 days, on consecutive nights. The first night, the water came over the side of the harbour. It was I've only got the figures for Lowestoft. I haven't got the figures for Yarmouth, but I mean, it's 10 miles apart. The projected tide height for the spring tide that night was 2.5 meters. The actual tide height was 3.5 meters higher than that. Which was, I thought, pretty significant. It was pretty significant. All that area there that you can see as the quayside was underwater. I mean, it almost felt like a couple of more meters and the boats would have been sitting on the quay, especially those flat-bottomed rig support vessels. Or those mostly flat-bottomed. They don't draw very much, them rig support vessels. They tend to be fairly shallow draft ships.
More decades of doing absolutely sod all about it. We can melt all the ice off Greenland and Antarctica, and Birmingham can become the causeway linking England to Wales and the north, because Scotland gets cut off as well.
And most of southern England is bye-bye.
Most of England is not anymore.
Yeah.
More in marsh.
Everywhere I have ever lived would disappear. Because I grew up on the outskirts of London, and that would on the Essex side, and not far from the Rainham Marshes. So yeah, that wouldn't take very much for where I was to get wet. Lincolnshire, about 20 miles south of Lincoln.
There's still some land there. You zoom in far enough, you can see a few clear pixels.
If you follow
still there. Waddington's still there.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, if you go a bit further south than Wellington, if you go down the A17 from, no, the A4,
15 if
A4
you're
is
going
still
down from
yeah.
Waddington. 17 is across.
But if you follow the Lincoln to Newark Road,
Yep.
I spent 6 weeks living sort of about halfway along there at a place called Swinderby.
Place that has one long runway and two shorter ones making an X on the side of it.
Yes, called Torrington St Clements these days, where the housing estate is. It was a bomber base. I think they had short Sterlings there.
See Swinderby, yeah, that's gone under.
Basic training, but yeah, I there and well, just outside Weston-super-Mare on the Somerset levels. Seems like apart from maybe Swinderby, seems I have a thing for living in living in very low lying areas next to the sea.
If Cromwell's going to be interesting, they'll be able to water ski onto the runway. Will Dell be able to keep his shed dry? Oh! At that point, you would be able to sail from Stirling down to Larbert and then across to Glasgow.
Stirling down to
So all the way across the Great Glen, of course, Fort William to Inverness, without having to portage anywhere. Tell you what, if it floods from Fort William to Inverness, there is going to be one heck of a tidal stream blasting through that.
isn't there? And I'm pretty sure that the tide times either end are going to be significantly different as well at the moment.
I'm going to.
So I would think that would be what's the word the flirters use? Oh yeah, interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that first map you posted for the 5 the for the 70 meter for the 7 meter contour line, that the island of Flag, which would become an island again, yeah, is still there. Trouble is, the bit I'm on isn't there. It's blue.
Just check the tide times. They're almost opposite. That would be interesting.
Very interesting, wouldn't it?
That would get quite exciting, that would. I'm, however, off for a while. See you later.
Okay. Catch you later.
Hey guys, how's the audio with this headset?
You sound great, Bob.
Okay, there's no issues with it.
None at all. It does. It sounds really good.
All right, is it better this way?
Um,
Hang on.
Or is it better this way?
oh, the other way, most definitely.
So the headset sounds better than the Yeti mic, huh?
I believe so. Well, okay. Personally, I think the Yeti's got too much reverb on it.
Well, it doesn't have any reverb on it. That's just the room.
Well, yeah, I appreciated it. It was just the room, but
Yeah.
you know, you're all right. Your room has too much reverb.
My room has too much reverb. Okay, but the wireless, the Bluetooth headset works fine though.
But the
And it
headset
looks like
works
it's a
fine,
good
yeah.
level.
Yeah, the level's great because I just double checked and I've got you at Discord's default volume.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's working pretty well then. It's comfortable, and we'll see whether or not maybe this might help out a little bit with some of the sound issues I've had. They're not too bad, but you know, I just want to make sure that it sounds really good.
Well, I have just recently discovered that Discord's noise cancelling stuff is good enough that I can have my desktop, the conference mic that I use on the desk, literally sitting under the monitor with the audio coming out of the monitor speakers, and I get zero complaints, unless Microsoft is trying to do a big Windows update and basically steals too much processor and everything else time, so that everything else starts struggling.
All right. Well, I don't use Windows. I use the Apple, so
Yeah.
that seems to work pretty well, and it sounds good to me when I play it back to myself. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think my problem is that my computer is now just getting to the stage where a big update is enough to stress it,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm sure is a problem that you would get with Mac OS if you've got an older machine.
Yeah, that's the problem I had is I couldn't update it anymore. It only updates so many times.
Yeah, I can't go to Windows 11 on this machine, and it's only 6 years old.
Yeah, that's the problem I ran into. My machine won't go to Windows 11 either.
The annoying thing is that it's got everything you need, but unfortunately, they just won't allow Windows 11 on a i7 6700
Yep.
processor.
I'm just putting a couple of my noise suppression settings on this mic, so hopefully that'll get that taken care of. I only use two settings. I use noise suppression and I use a compressor just to keep it from going off the going off the deep end.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. How's your back feeling now?
I'm just about able to not think about it.
Yeah, my daughter had an issue with her back last night, called me in the middle of the night. And I'm going to give her a call and find out what's going on with her.
Yeah, I mean, this is an ongoing problem. Obviously, as I get older, it gets worse, but it's an ongoing problem and has been since 1984. So, kind of used to dealing with it.
Yeah. Well, I ended up having some back problems due to a deformity
I was born with. I have what's called lumbar sacralization of my L5 on one side, which means that I've got a normal L5 lumbar vertebrae on one side, and then I've got a fused one on the other side. So it's kind of a weird thing.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it's not. You know, I'm flexible, but I can't touch my toes as a result of it because I can't get my back to move that way.
Yeah.
Getting an echo.
I'm getting an echo?
Yes, somebody is.
Well, is it me?
Or is it me?
Maybe it's my fault.
You know what I have is I've got two mics that were running there for a minute. Let's see what
Could
this
have
one
been
is.
me because I just muted in YouTube.
I was just checking out a new wireless headset that I've got. It seems to be doing pretty well on the levels. I was just putting my filters on it and stuff. Alan seems to think it's a little less roomy. You know what I mean? It's doesn't have quite the reverb of the room. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Well, as I demonstrated with Joe, I'm not the good authority on sound.
Well, as long as you're not asking me to keep a beat or stay in tune, I can do audio. But if it involves keeping a beat or staying in tune, then no, don't ask me. But
Gotcha.
The speech sounds. Personally, I think the speech sounds better this way than the other way.
All right. Yeah, and the headset doesn't seem to be too intrusive. So it's pretty good. I probably won't wear it on the air. I'll probably still use the Yeti. But if I happen to be at the office and I pop in on the chat, this would be a good way to do it, it looks like, because it does seem to have pretty good quality. Nathan Oakley's been doing shorts of our conversations over here. That always strikes me as funny. They claimed to have a spy in the other day.
Hi, Alan.
Find original things.
Sorry.
Were you saying something?
I was just about to say I'm the Norwich City fan, Alan.
Okay.
I'm not from Norwich though, funnily enough.
Oh, yeah.
I'm from up north.
Oh, okay.
I've got a lot of family down there, so yeah, I became unfortunately a Canary.
Well, you know, I feel for you.
I know we get a lot of sympathy. Like it's a bit funny, a bit weird.
There was there was a joke doing the rounds not that long ago. A little boy's being not treated well by his parents, who are getting divorced, and they go into court for the custody thing, and the judge says, "Well, would you like to live with your father?" And he says, "No, he beats me." So he says, "Oh, so you'd like to live with your mother?" And he says, "No, she beats me too, even worse." So he says, "Well, who would you like to go and live with?" And the little boy replies, "Norwich City Football Club. They don't beat anybody."
Oh, well done. We've beaten Southampton and Brentford.
Yeah, I used to hate it if I had to go into the city on a Saturday, or even worse, I used to hate it when they used to play home games on a Tuesday night.
Oh yeah. It's always mental in the city centre when they're playing.
Because I used to do my sport in the city, in the centre, not that far up the road from the football club.
Yeah.
Which meant that I couldn't park to go do my sport because of all the idiot football fans.
I know, yeah. Well, I used to walk there, so at least I wasn't taking up the traffic. Parking spots. I don't get down too often.
Considerate of you.
Yeah, I don't get down too often, but my I've got a couple of aunties that live down there, so we try and go down when we can, but it's it's quite far really, hell of a drive.
Yeah.
Done it a few times on a Friday afternoon, like in sort of summertime. A lot of tractors about.
Yeah, well, I used to commute, but it wasn't too bad because I used to commute to London. And when I was working Monday to Friday instead of doing shift work, it was fine because I was commuting to London on a Friday night, and I was commuting back up to Norwich on a Sunday evening.
So you were just the opposite of the traffic pattern?
Opposite of the normal traffic pattern, yeah.
Lovely.
That's the way to do it, man.
I mean, it still didn't help that night when I just trying to get back on the Sunday night just in time to make last orders at the bar, so I can have a drink before I go to bed.
Jogging to the pub.
Well, no, this is the Naffy bar on camp.
Oh, okay.
And I've just cleared these 5 flipping caravans that I've had to overtake on single, because it was all single carriageway roads back in the mid '80s, and so I finally got clear in my little XR2. So I opened it up on the Attleborough bypass, which hadn't been open very long, and is still single carriageway. And I see this car parked oddly at the side of the road. I saw something odd at the side of the road. So I eased off. So the cop only managed to clock me at 97 miles an hour. I was very, very lucky. I only got a £200 fine and 3 points on my license.
3 points, that's not bad.
I didn't get the 30-day ban that they were giving out at the time if you were more than 30 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Oh, right, okay. That's quite lucky, yeah.
Well, the magistrate asked me why they shouldn't ban me from driving, and I said, well, I'm getting married in 2 weeks' time, and if you ban me from driving, I won't be able to move into my new house with my new wife.
Ah, yes.
The RAF won't let me.
Yeah.
So they let me off. They let me off. I mean, it would have been all right because we were on honeymoon for a fortnight as well. So
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't have affected me when I got back, but yeah, I was like, but £200 was huge.
I didn't learn to drive until £200 would have been a lot then, yeah, definitely. But I didn't learn to drive until I was quite a bit older. I think it was about 2013 actually. I learned to drive. I'm in my 30s now, so.
Okay.
But yeah, it just I didn't sort of have the requirement for it when I was younger, and then I really did need it eventually. It's nice for the independent side.
Yeah, I mean, I learned to drive when I was I started when I started steering the car, driving around in fields and stuff while I
Yeah.
was still sitting on my dad's lap.
Mhm.
And by the time I was 13, I was quite experienced driving around on grass in fields. But you don't really get much. I mean, if you get to 20 mile an hour, you're going quick then, aren't you?
Yeah, it feels quick.
Especially in especially in stuff like Mark II and Mark III Cortinas. Yeah, and then yeah. Don't then let the next time you drive something be a 2 litre Mark III Cortina on a disused RAF runway. Especially when the old man says, "Well, why don't you go for it then?"
Getting egged on.
Yeah, no, that nearly didn't end well.
Pulling a few donuts.
No. I just tried to see how fast I could go in a straight line. But 13
What did you top it out at?
Very nearly 100 miles an hour.
Oh, that's pretty good going.
Before I very nearly rolled it over.
Oh, yeah, that's not so good.
Because concrete runway, so they've got the big square slabs of concrete with the black expansion lines in them.
Yeah.
Dad says, just drive straight down the black line and you'll be fine. Well, of course, the car starts to drift a little bit one way, so I put in a correction. And then we go back, and we go a bit too far, so I put in a correction back the other way.
Yeah.
And you know how that goes.
Yeah. Bit of a skiddy.
We started swinging backwards and forwards rather violently. In the end, the old man says, "Just stop moving the steering wheel and gently take your foot off the accelerator."
Yeah, that's it. You don't really think as clearly as that when it's happening, though, do you?
Well, no. And of course, the thing was, we were in the middle of a 120-foot wide runway, so it wasn't like I could go off at a bit of an angle.
Mm.
But like I was saying, I was 13, so what are you going to do?
You just brush that off at 13, don't you? Crashing.
Well, yeah, I didn't realise how bad it was until I got a lot older.
Yeah.
I mean,
never been involved in a crash, luckily, touch wood.
The slight bit of panic in the old man's voice should have given it away, really.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say about when I passed my test, it was, I think is it 12 months if you have any speeding. I think it's like if you get any speeding points or anything like that, you lose your license. I think it's something like that. So you have to be like good for a space of time, otherwise you lose the whole thing.
Yeah, I believe that is so. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to drive anymore because of health reasons.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, well, at least they can't stop me driving while I live.
It's 6 points within 2 years of passing your test, and then you lose your license. So it's quite tight, that, isn't it?
Instead of the 12 points that us normal people get.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely into that stage nowadays.
Well, when I very first started driving, they didn't have points. I don't think they'd introduced the point system at that point.
It's probably just like if they didn't like the look of you, they'd slap the tickets on you. What was Bob saying? They've been making shorts of our conversations on here.
Yeah,
That must be terribly boring.
wasn't it?
Yeah. Talking about football and stuff, they can't be that bothered with that, surely.
Yeah, well, we talk about all sorts of stuff. That's the thing. We don't, I mean, the number of conversations I've ended up with people talking to me about my pictures.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them. Like, there's some cool looking planes on that. They all your photos, are they?
They are all my, yeah. In fact,
all right, lovely.
So yes, Adventures with Dogs. They are all my photos, except the ones that are obviously not, such as the in the astrophotography section. There are some screenshots of light pollution maps, and I think there's a couple of ISS passes where it's going to be in front of the sun or the moon.
All right, decent.
But I think that
I've always wondered about.
Obviously, not mine.
Yeah, I've always wondered about that. Like, if you could you, like, this is going to sound like a very stupid question, but forgive me. Can you kind of see it with your naked eye, or is it too small to kind of make out as it passes over the moon?
You can. You're right. If the ISS is illuminated, you can see it with the naked eye because it's really bright. It can be here. I mean, the brightness thing for stars, the magnitude thing, works backwards. So the smaller the number, or a negative number, or negative numbers are brighter.
Okay.
And the ISS can get up to like -3, which is really, really bright.
Okay.
So you can definitely see it with the naked eye if you know where to look. And of course, there's plenty of stuff online to tell you where to look.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, I'm sure I've had a look for, like, when is the ISS going to pass over and that kind of thing. I'm sure I've looked for that before.
Let me
Probably
open
have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning though, and
well, I mean, a couple of years ago, there was one night when there were right in the middle of the summer, right around the solstice. You can actually get every pass is illuminated up here.
Oh, okay.
So you can get a pass every 90 minutes all night.
Right, that's pretty cool.
And I will find the. I will try. Trouble is, I really ought to organise the. I use astroviewer.net, so
okay.
I shall stick it in the. I'll stick it in the YouTube, and then I'll stick it in the VC text as well.
Is that an actual World War I warplane?
That one there is. That one there is actually. It's a 1963 replica of a 1910 Avro triplane.
Not a warplane, though.
Not a warplane.
Okay.
Both of those are 1963 replicas. There was a big film over here called Those Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines.
Those flying machines, yes, I saw it. Laughing my ass off.
Those two aircraft were built as replicas for the film, and they're
1963.
They're now housed at the Shuttleworth Collection in Bedfordshire. But the collection also owns the world's oldest aeroplane, a 1909 Blériot, plus a 1910 French Deperdussin, which is original, and the world's oldest British airworthy aircraft, a 1912 Blackburn Type D monoplane. And all three of those were also in the movie.
Hmm. So I've just had a look on that that astroviewer.net there, astroviewer.net there, Alan, and yeah, there's one on. So yeah, like Wednesday morning. It's pretty bright, so I might have to have a little look. Set an alarm. Hopefully, it'll be clear.
Oh, it obviously has forgotten. It's obviously forgotten my location because I've just realised. Mind you, that's probably a good thing.
Should I invite Pete Shea in? I'm kidding.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Pete Shea is? Yeah, I thought I described him to you the other day.
Oh, it's Moyak, man. You're a bit quiet, mate. Very quiet.
Yeah, it happens.
See that 6 and 7 o'clock, or 7:30 Christmas, 7:30 Christmas Eve morning, and 10 to 7 Christmas Day morning, really bright passes of the ISS.
Nice.
Magnitude -3.1, gets to a maximum altitude of 72 degrees, and then the next one is 68 degrees. Yeah, really good passes for photography.
Oof, Wednesday's not looking too clever for cloud, so might have to miss that one. Seems to be like a similar time every day though, so I might just.
Oh, and the early ones, Boxing Day and although it's getting further south.
Oh, they have a star that is supposed to be going supernova in 2022, or going nova in some form. It's supposed to reach a magnitude of 2 and change. Is that really bright?
Is that a nova or is that a merger of two black holes?
Merger of two stars.
Okay.
Keep in mind, Polaris is magnitude 2, so that's a good minus, magnitude 2. So that's a good comparison.
And I guess 2.5 is the brightest, other than the sun.
That's all right. The last few weeks, I've been realizing the advantage of living in a desert. I've got a night sky like I haven't seen in half a century.
Nice. There's a lot of light pollution here.
I'm kind of bummed though. This merger is happening 400 million light years away or something. And I want to see this bad boy. I want to see it explode and start to take up more and more space with a new nebula.
But I'm afraid it would ruin your day if you got much closer.
I'm impervious to gamma radiation.
As are most science fiction writers.
That's famous last words, isn't it? If you've ever heard them.
No, I've lived my whole life. I've hit lots of gamma rays, and I've not died from any of them. And they all hit me at the power energy of a lightning bolt, so I'm apparently immune to them.
Usually the last words are drowned out by the bang.
I like to play with tannerite, so that's it's quite possible.
Now that a nice photo of Jupiter with a couple of I think one moon we can see and two shadows.
No, they're two shadows from two moons. The moons are out of field of view.
Oh, okay. I thought there's an orangey spot that kind of looked about the right size to have been a moon.
Well, the gray red spot being the identifiable mark, and those are shadows of moons.
So Jupiter does almost 3 revolutions a day. 3
Yeah,
rotations.
it's about 9 hour. So yeah, you can see the red spot on some nights properly timed out. And there's lots of sites that will give you the times of the red spot, so you can catch the red spot coming into view early in the evening, and then watch it disappear, and then it'll come back around 4.5 hours later.
It's one thing that I always thought was strange, because I always see Jupiter with the spot, and there's like one of these things where I'm like, that doesn't make any sense unless it was tidally locked with us. But apparently it just whips by every day, so you get to see it.
Yeah, and when you see Jupiter without the spot, people wait for the spot. I mean, it's like, why would you photograph the back of somebody's head? But yeah, there's plenty of photos of Jupiter without the spot.
Yeah, case in point, just been posted. That's hauling ass, man. That is some fast planet stuff. I mean, what is its radius, circumference? I know, I can look it up.
Yeah, but you have to go ask an unanswered question and somebody gets curious.
272,000 miles in 9 hours.
That's its radius? What's its rotational speed?
Circumference.
Or circumference, okay. What's its rotational speed?
Well, we got to do that in 9 hours now.
Orbital period is 11.86 years. Radius is 43,000 miles. Rotates once every 9 hours and 55 minutes. That's booking.
Yeah, it's significantly more oblate than the Earth.
So roughly 27,000 mile an hour rotation at the equator. I rounded to 10.
Yeah, that's why the clouds band like that, because it's just so exaggerated compared to the banding, the minor banding we get on Earth, which creates the tropic and the the hurricane patterns. But when you get that fast, then it's all different. Plus, the atmosphere is so thick. It's so thick. It's it's damn near a failed star.
Please don't say the C word.
Chicken?
Coriolis.
Why not?
Because someone will take umbrage with it.
So if you shoot a bullet north, you'd be able to hit yourself in the back of the head.
I look at Coriolis like this. When I'm on a 10-mile final with a 15-knot crosswind, I don't give a shit about Coriolis.
You know what's fun? That the rotational speed of Jupiter, if we got our fastest rocket, or close to our fastest rocket, at least the moon, we couldn't even get up to the speed of rotation.
But
you couldn't even match the speed of.
And keep in mind, orbital velocity around Jupiter is way fucking different too.
For sure.
You'd have to like land on the pole and then drive down to the equator. That's got to be.
Because it really helps when you're in an aeroplane that you've got controls and stuff to ensure that you fly in the direction that you want to fly in. You're not a ballistic projectile.
That's the point of being in what's called an airplane as opposed to a bullet.
Yeah.
You know, even catapults can throw things far enough, some of them, to actually have to take a little bit of that into consideration.
There's the longest confirmed kill shot in Afghanistan, which is like 3.8 kilometers. Yeah, there's all kinds of statistics involved there where things are becoming exaggerated. And one of the best examples was also further back in World War II with the Paris gun that the Nazis had. And it had, when a maximum, typically with smaller artillery, the maximum range, you have an elevation angle of about 45 degrees. But when firing westbound, the max range gets significantly longer by aiming at 50 degrees above the horizon, because that gives it longer hang time. So yeah, there's plenty of examples. You know, the motion of the Earth is so well understood. I don't know why that's what they decide to poke holes at.
How does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but when you're dealing with artillery, go
How does
ahead.
that
Whoever.
make sense on a flat Earth? Shooting it westbound would go further. Come on, man.
When you're dealing with artillery, there is one. When you're dealing with artillery, there is one thing that few people, at least especially flat earthers, take into mind. No, artillery is not line of sight. But artillery has something called a forward observer. And they're moving their rounds from known coordinated points. So you get a fire mission coming in, and that mission is from a known point, could be a geographical marking on a map, or it could be one other fire mission that was fired earlier in the day. And the forward observer moves the rounds to the point where he wants them.
But also,
it's not line of sight, folks.
Well, and in World War II environs, yeah, you had a forward observer, and he'd say, correct, 3 mils left or something. Yeah, but in today's firing solutions, there's so much more computer-aided computation. They do a much better job right out of the box.
Yeah, but I can still almost guarantee you that if you're talking to U.S. Army military, you're talking about a forward observer sitting on a hill or flying in an aircraft someplace that's spotting the rounds and making the corrections.
Yeah,
right.
And
they get them as close as they can, and then zero them in for all the other conditions.
Yeah, the point being that they do much better on that first shot these days.
Well, yeah, but again, you're talking about also the surveying that has been done since then. All right, where you've got where places are when you go to the field and when you set up your batteries.
Okay.
Because your batteries have been surveyed, and in all probability, your firing zones have been surveyed.
Okay, everything about it. Better targeting information, better Coriolis computational effects, all these things, which again brings up to where that first shot is far better than what the forward observer had to supply in World War II.
But I'm saying that there's still a forward observer out there.
Okay, and I'm just saying
he's moving the rounds. He's moving the rounds, and his last command is going to be fire for effect. That means 6 tubes or however many in the battery, all firing simultaneously, and you're putting rounds over and rounds under, rounds to the left, rounds to the right of that target area.
Still drop shorts, aren't they?
I don't think artillery has batteries.
Yeah, they do.
I think they have a lot of batteries these days.
I was in the 2nd of the 17th Field Artillery Battery in Korea way back in 1972. And That's basically how they did it then. We had just picked up a couple of batteries, and the headquarters battery had just picked up something called, I think it was called FADEC, which was a field artillery computer. And yes, we have much better computation capability so that you get much better first round accuracy, but you still got a guy in the field called the forward observer.
That's because there's shit that you always can't calculate for.
That's right.
That little gust of wind that took it off course a little bit. Okay, that's 10 feet off from where I should be. Let's bring it in.
When you got six tubes firing in a fire for effect, the entire target just disappears in a cloud of smoke. Which is what you want.
Now, like with 16-inch guns, if I had effectively a crosswind of like 10 miles per hour for the whole flight of that projectile, I would think the mass of that projectile wouldn't get moved much off target, but I'm wondering how much like a 10-knot wind would move it off target.
Yeah, but what's your range?
26 miles.
It would get moved. Not much, like you said. But you still walk you walk the rounds onto the target.
I'm just wondering, could you characterize not much? I'm just curious, I mean, would it move it off, 25 feet?
25 feet?
Just for an error.
Again, if you're talking about 6 tubes that are firing at the end, and they're putting out, say, 6 rounds over a period of seconds, right. 25 feet from the left to the right, you're talking about deviation from the left to the right, deviation of up or down. You're still going to cover that target with what you want.
True.
Mostly, I don't think there's any 16-inch guns. Most of those, I think, are on the Navy ships. I know we had a self-propelled 8-inch that we were using, but the 105s were self-propelled, but I think 105 is about the largest piece of artillery that we had other than the self-propelled.
And that'd be
8-inch.
what? And that'd be what? 4 inches, isn't it? 105?
What, a 105?
Millimeter? 105
Probably.
millimeter? Yeah, that's about 4 inches. So that's small.
The battalion I was assigned to was 90 millimeter.
What range would you get with the 105 typical max?
Just a second.
Between wind effects on small arms projectiles and wind effects on artillery shells, and I think the Coriolis / wind effect, I think probably reverses in so much as for small arms, generally the Coriolis effect is completely negligible compared with the wind, whereas Coriolis is whereas with big artillery shells, Coriolis is going to be significant compared with wind effects.
Right.
Just because of the differences in distances, size of the size and mass of the projectile.
Yeah.
It's a bitch to move 2,000 pounds with a 10-knot wind.
Yeah.
But then, even
but then again,
a flight or a minute of flight.
Yeah, but then again, the Earth's still rotating, so there's where the Coriolis is on that one. And you're right. The other one's so light, the wind is going to be a big problem. You're right, or bigger problem.
When I'm shooting a 30 caliber bullet at 1,000 yards, which is 915 meters, the range that I usually shoot on Coriolis is a fraction under 3 inches. Okay. I've regularly shot in conditions where the wind is moving the bullet 300 inches.
Right. At 900 yards, if I was off by 3 inches, I would be quite happy.
Maximum range of a 105 millimeter howitzer would have been 7.2 miles.
Oh, that's it. Wow. Yeah, getting close with that.
But you go back to the 16-inch gun sitting on the Missouri, and there you're getting ranges of 25 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
That's all. I know that whatever the gun is on, I think probably an 8. I think HMS Belfast is an 8-inch cruiser, and she's moored 26.5 miles from where I used to live, and I think I was half a mile outside of her maximum range. But I think an 8-inch gun on a cruiser's probably got, because you've got a much longer barrel than you would have, I would think, on a field artillery piece, even an 8-inch field artillery piece.
Oh yeah, well you've got a higher caliber, you got more powder pressure, you got more projectile pressure, the whole thing. So you're going to have a longer tube. But I was just thinking, modern ships, I don't think they build ships with the artillery that was sitting on the Missouri or the Belfast.
No, I don't think they build anything these days with an 8-inch gun on it.
The other thing too is that the ship itself is extremely dense and heavy. So whatever gun it is bolted to that ship. That's gonna itself should make the gun more accurate just by the thing is so solid that it's bolted to.
Well, yeah, but you remember that it's in seas and the ship itself is still rolling and pitching, and it's got the movement of the water that it's in.
Yes, but they usually can kind of predict for that at least to some degree.
Well, sure they can. I mean, naval fire, regardless of what your country is, have always been very accurate.
Yeah, something on wheels is going to be a little bit more inaccurate just by the fact it's on wheels or on the just ground. You know what I mean?
But when it's 7 miles away, it still ain't line of sight.
Right.
Especially not on. I mean, I would probably expect to have ship to ship as line of sight at 7.5 miles, but no, I wouldn't expect to be line of sight on the ground. On the ground, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, ship to ship, you got your antennas up at 150, 180 feet.
Well, you had crows. You go back to World War II. I'm sure some of the battles were fought using radar and radar guided munitions, but you still had an awful lot of line of sight and just at or just over the horizon. Especially when you get into the battles of the San Bernardino Straits, major naval battles. Those were basically line of sight, and you had big ships that were duking it out, making really big explosions in the water.
I want to play with an M65 atomic cannon.
No, you don't.
No.
Oh man, those things are badass. 20 miles, nuclear warhead, probably pretty close to akin to what we hit Hiroshima with. You go deer hunting with that bitch.
I kind of like the fact that some of the RAF's maritime reconnaissance aircraft or maritime patrol aircraft, nuclear platforms, because they had a depth charge that was euphemistically known as the bucket of instant sunshine. Because, you want to be sure of destroying that submarine without getting that close to it?
Bucket of sunshine, huh?
A thermonuclear warhead.
That's you can also go fishing with that, dynamite fishing with that.
Dynamite fishing
Yes.
atomic.
Yes, it's the ultimate dynamite fishing.
Or sink this one deep. I wonder what would have happened if they would have, say, tripped the Zarbamba at the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
They've done that. It actually would be kind of boring. The pressure of fighting back on stuff, you'd see a fart on the surface.
Oh, you would, but just imagine what kind of seismic readings you would get around the world from something like that.
Yeah, like you said, they do the video. I don't know whether it's accurate or not. I didn't check their numbers. I'm not capable of checking their numbers, but the video I saw on it was like impressively boring.
Few tsunamis around.
No, nothing. Really
Right.
absolutely boring. Let me see if I can find the video.
Yeah, you go down to the bottom of the Marianas and set off a 1,000 megaton bomb. Think I'd pick that one up here with my seismograph? Hello?
Here's the video for what it's worth.
Just tossing her in the text channel. Wherever the text channel is.
I mean, let's face it. The whole reason the US put a lot of effort into seismography in the 1950s was so that they could keep an eye on the Russians, or sort of the Soviet Union, detonating nuclear weapons.
We had a weapon at one time called the Davy Crockett, if I am not mistaken. And that was a artillery-launched nuclear warhead.
Was indeed, if I remember correctly. Mind you, that was barely into the kiloton range, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Well, the Hiroshima bombs were not much bigger than a few kilotons.
But even that, you drop that in the middle of the right city, kiloton, you can knock a lot of buildings over.
I've got a picture of it right now, of the Davy Crockett. It's a goddamn recoilless rifle.
Right.
I don't think I would want to be near that thing.
No, I don't. I think you're right, but it was designed to loft I think it was mostly designed to try and stop.
Where did he post that?
Soviets coming through the Fulda Gap.
Oh yeah, I know in the 70s, early 70s, when I was on active duty, our biggest plans for war was the Russians coming through the Fulda Gap in Germany.
Whether we could slow them down enough to get enough reinforcements across from the US.
That was the hope.
Yes, and I grew up in southern Florida, very close to the Keys, in the early 70s, and they had been removed by the early 70s, but shortly after the Cuban Missile Crisis, a whole bunch of those were stationed along the Florida coast, which is pretty crazy if you think about it.
What are you're talking about the Davy Crockett?
Yeah, the short-range nuclear weapons.
Really?
Yes. They were all gone by 1970. I think they were gone from everywhere by 1970, but they had a whole lot of missile silo not silos, but warning stations, and they put next to each one of them one of those weapons for at least a brief period of time. Fun stuff.
Yeah, Sean, I would have liked to have been able to get onto one of the US bases to have a look around at PX. I hear they were interesting places to shop, especially for a Brit.
Yeah.
I would equate a PX to kind of equivalent to a Home Depot or a Lowe's. No. J.C. Penney's with a supermarket, more like it.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, they were like a much better version, because we have the NAFI, which is the I can't remember exactly what basically they provide canteen services and shopping services to the or did to the military in the UK.
Yeah.
And so the NAFI shop, I mean, most RAF bases would have a little NAFI shop on the camp selling all the sorts of selling like shoe polish and all that sort of stuff that the single guys would need. And then in the married quarter area, they would have a NAFI supermarket where they would be selling, which would be just a standard supermarket, but it would be a bit cheaper because obviously they don't have to make a profit, although they ended up doing so anyway to a degree. But the important thing was they would do it overseas as well, so you could buy your British products should you want to locally without any trouble.
Well, if you're stationed to liaison to something in the United States, or even stationed in the United States as a British soldier, didn't you have PX or BX exchange privileges?
I mean, the funny thing was that my squadron commander had PX privileges at Lakenheath and Mildenhall because he was a major in the United States Air Force.
Well, that would go with the territory, you might say. But as a British sovereign soldier or member of the military, if you were assigned to a U.S. base, did you not have PX or BX privilege?
Oh yes, you would do. Okay. I mean, in the same way that we had an exchange U.S. major as our squadron commander.
Sure.
There was an RAF squadron leader on an exchange posting at probably at some United States Air Force radar base. Mm-hmm. And of course, he would have PX privileges wherever he is, just like any serving US member of the armed forces. And I think it's the same again when the squadrons go over and do things like red flag. They would have access to the PX on base on the base where they operate red flag out of. Is that Nellis, I think, or something? I know it's in Nevada anyway.
Yeah, it's Nellis over here. Not too far from where I live.
I saw my first F-35 a couple of days ago. Hadn't actually seen one before. I get an awful lot of F-15s doing ACM training directly above where I live, and you can hear them all the time because they're buzzing around on afterburner to the point where you almost don't look up anymore. You hear a jet fire up the afterburner at about 15,000 feet, and it's like, oh yeah, it's them F-15s again.
Yeah,
because it's like 3-4 days a week they do it, including weekends. And but I was talking to somebody else in the village, and I heard one, so I looked up, and oh, it was lovely. It was around about sunset time, and there's this F-35 looking really orange because of the lovely low sun lighting it still.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have the F-30, the main F-35 operating base is RAF Marham, which is about 50 miles from me.
Okay, those are probably what, U.S. Purchases
Yeah,
from the U.S. Okay.
Well, I remember at one point when Donald wanted to cancel the F-35 project, and he announced that he was going to have the F-35 project cancelled. And then somebody turned around to him and said, "You can't, because we've got too many partners involved in it that we would be. It would cost us so much to cancel it because we would have to cancel cancel the export orders. That you no, just leave it alone."
Politics until you get into economics.
Yeah, it was quietly left alone because you do realise that we're
You want to know how much it's going to
jointly
cost us to cancel?
Yeah, it's a joint project with the UK and Australia and like about 5 or 6 other countries.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's going. And of course, the other thing is Lockheed have got a very, very lucrative ongoing maintenance contract with it, because
that's where the money is in almost all cases, is in the maintenance.
Yeah, because whereas in the past the RAF would have just used their own technique, serving technicians to do the work. Now it's all done by civvy contractors, and the RAF has hardly any military technicians left, unfortunately.
Of course, if the flag goes up and and that base moves to the field, who does your maintenance?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You can only do. I mean, the RAF have only got guys who can do what we would call first line maintenance. Everything else pretty much goes back to the manufacturer.
It's amazing how things get redrawn when you actually do have to start fighting a war. Because that wouldn't work.
Sending shit back to the manufacturer is one of the most retarded things I could think of, especially for military.
Agreed.
I want my tank on the front line, not back at the manufacturer. How about you? Where would you want your tank? Sitting in the garage in the manufacturer or on the front line?
Depends upon whether you're the senator funding the project or the battery commander. And trust me, they both have two entirely different viewpoints.
Well, I would say battery commander.
The battery commander is going to want it in handy, available.
Yeah. Get it fixed. Get it back to me.
Did anybody watch the Tsar Bomba in the Marianas Trench?
The what?
The video I posted about the Tsar Bomba in the Marianas Trench. 50 megaton nuke in the Marianas Trench is kind of boring.
I didn't see it. But I had a faux pas happen here, and I was offline for a few seconds.
I put it in BC text.
I'll have to go check BC text for it.
As I really can't be bothered to put my headphones on, I'm not following any links to anything on YouTube because I don't want the stream suddenly hearing it.
And whatever. Yeah, they say seismically it's not really impressive. Surface effects not really impressive. It's gonna make you like a 1 kilometer hole in the ocean for a few seconds.
Bomba, that sounds like a Russian or a Soviet type big boom.
It was.
I'm surprised certain fishing crews aren't trying to use them to fish with to try to get the rest of the fish.
Yeah, Tsar Bomba is the biggest bomb ever detonated by humans, and it was it was rusty.
Yeah. And as far as using nuclear weapons to fish, I think that's called overkill.
No, I use it for deer hunting. It cleans it, cooks it, and scatters it for you.
Yeah, a nuclear bomb would also digest it for you. Excuse me, guys, I got to clean out my coffee pot.
You know, they made all the what is it, the cobalt bombs that produce gamma radiation. Forgotten what they're called again. Maybe we should develop a nuclear weapon that puts out microwave radiation for deer hunting, so it cooks it right away.
No, we don't want that much microwave radiation whizzing around the countryside.
I think we've gone from weapons of mass destruction to silliness.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think you're better off just using the infrared and cooking it thermally. You know, it comes out ready grilled.
Oh.
Okay, I'm done with the kitchen. I'm going to go back and sit down. Sorry about that, guys. I keep forgetting to mute my microphone.
Yeah.
It's called age-related syndrome. I'm older and shit, and I forget everything.
Well, back in my day, cars had carburetors. But you know, when it comes to the cooking things, I tried an experiment out in the dooryard with 8 transistor and vacuum tube radios. 2 of them were solid, they're like chips in them. I set them all up approximately varying distances from the magnetic coil. Okay, you know what a can crusher is.
Mm-hmm.
So I set up a tube radio on like I had 2 sets of 4, one turned on, one turned off on each side of the experiment, and I just set them progressively farther back. And ironically, the newest radio was the ones that was at the farthest to the back. Both tube radios survived just fine. One came out with a little bit of a rattly speaker, so I'd say it got a little bit of a poke from the current. The 2 closest solid-state ones cooked the bun, both on and off. The second one out, the one that was turned on blew up, and the one that was turned off survived. And then the last 2 out both blew up.
Well, what was your source of the pulse again?
A can crusher.
A can crusher?
It's basically it's just a coil of copper wire, and you hook it up.
Okay.
Current through it from your capacitor bank.
Okay, you're not talking about the thing that I used to have hooked onto the garage wall that I used to crush my Coke cans with. That's not the can crusher you're talking about.
You dump a couple 100 amps into the thing instantly and crush the can.
But I did prove that even that old transistor radio that was sitting rather close to it survived. But the modern chip one out farther out blew up. Both of them did.
That transistor, if you're if you're talking about transistor radios from the early 60s, yeah, from the late 50s, early 60s, yeah, that was awfully
1981.
damn close to a
1981.
to a tube. 1981.
Yep.
Nah, they were really getting into ICs about then, so that had to be I would say that would be an audit
They
for
were
that
transistors
transistor.
because I opened them up
Yeah.
and looked and
Yeah.
checked everything out. Tested all the parts to make sure everything was working perfect before I tried it.
I think where you get into susceptibility to EMP is the smaller your crud. The smaller form factor you have for your components. Like I really don't think my watch would survive much of an EMP because it's got all that magic integrated circuitry in it. Even though it's got more computing power than what took us to the moon.
And hence why we have to test Artemis so carefully.
Yeah. Well, of course, the problem is that you have to make all the transistors tiny, tiny, tiny to make them work so fast to get all that processing power into the tiny watch. So, of course, it's much more susceptible to an EMP.
Yeah.
I was really impressed at the computers on the Apollo mission. I didn't know that those were iron core. I never knew what an iron core memory was. But it's kind of a neat setup.
Oh, ferrite bead memory. Yeah, I got
The ferrite bead, yeah.
I got a G15 here that's got the ferrite memory in it.
When I first started to work on computers, I was working on a tall boy mini computer, 16-bit mini computer, and its main memory was ferrite beads. Had something like 8K.
Yeah, somewhere around here I have a 4K memory from a PDP-8. That's
And this 16-bit mini I was working on was kissing cousins to the PDP-8.
right.
I told you I'm an old fart.
I'm working on trying to get one of the first PDPs going, if I can manage. Wish me luck. I got the rocks to work. PDP to go. A lot of tubes. The other one, 15. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of tubes.
Hey, God, do you get mad at me when I touch myself? Because I don't believe the Bible's right.
Oh, now you're touching yourself.
Now, I think Bob needs to change the channel name on this to BS.
I think I'll put 4 degrees of town tilt on this bastard. God,
Yeah.
is the Earth flat?
Mess around with all these random waves and bombs and all that. Next thing you know, you spawn a series of 250-kilogram carnivorous squirrels
Damn.
that multiply like rabbits. Well, now that would go over. You couldn't manage to actually hit anything with guns.
Ouch.
Coming to a town near you, carnivorous space squirrels from Chernobyl.
Do you think that there will weaponize drones, like little tiny consumer-grade quadcopters?
There's nothing. There's nothing stopping anybody weaponizing them.
Yeah, I saw a video called Slaughterbots, I think, and it was a kind of a look into the future with an Elon Musk type guy who is working for the military-industrial complex, and he's doing a little dog and pony show in front of an audience, and they show how it goes horribly wrong. But they're using like big bots or big drones to go and fly up to a bomb-proof window. You detonate a shaped charge there, and then they fly in these like little 2-inch drones afterwards, and they each come with like a 5-gram charge and land on people's heads and pop them.
Kaboom!
Let's face it.
Why only 5 grams?
Yeah,
Should be like at least 18, so it'll create a little bit bigger pop.
It's like that microchip that they inserted into my arm in my vaccine shot, right? That went down through that micromillimeter needle.
Yeah. I thought for sure that was the energy harvesting chip. You sure that wasn't the energy harvesting chip?
I really don't know.
Here we go. Back on the drones, I just did a quick search, and it says that there are some consumer-level drones that can lift up to 40 pounds, and Norwegian company Griff Aviation has a drone that can carry over 400 pounds. So what can you do with a roughly 100-pound or so payload? Quite a lot of damage, one would think.
You know, this is the
considering that.
This is the video, and what they did is they would like take a C-130 and they would drop 250, 300,000 of these things over a city, and they would have them target people who looked like somebody. So they just go in on facial recognition and pop your head.
I think that's called science fiction, right?
Well, it is, but it's actually like one of these things that's on the cusp. You know, it's one that you could see, that, you know, a couple of tweaks and additions to current technology, and you could get pretty close to that.
Let's face it. In fiction.
So to protect myself against the drones, I better build an EMP cannon real quick.
Well, in fiction, they used a radio-controlled model car to blow somebody up in, I think it was the second Dirty Harry movie.
I don't remember that, but yeah, I could see it in a few movies.
Yeah, they drive an RC model car underneath a car with like a pound or two brick of plastic on it, and detonate it to, you know, park it essentially underneath the driver, and boom.
Considering that they had remote controlled vehicles like airplanes, cars, boats, etc. Oh no, way back in the 60s, that would not have taken very much to do. Just a small quarter-pound, or just a piece of a quarter-pound stick of dynamite would really do something nasty to a car from underneath. That's possible, I guess is what I'm saying.
They actually had radio-controlled model aircraft in the 1930s.
Sure, yes, you're right.
In fact, they had radio-controlled full-sized aircraft in the 1940s because somebody was converting de Havilland tiger moths into a thing called the Queen Bee, which was a radio-controlled target drone.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've seen with these drones, though, is like they have the ones that'll follow you while you're skiing, the object tracking ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just think about
That was a
they don't
James
even-
Bond movie.
No, this is real. This is consumer grade.
They have that
Oh,
now.
okay. You're talking about something else.
I think that was done in a James Bond movie, though, if I'm not mistaken.
What's that?
Radio-controlled drones that did mean, wicked, and nasty things.
Oh.
Or tried to do mean, wicked, and nasty things to James Bond.
I mean, you think about it right now. You could fly. You could set it.
They had
tiny
them in
little
50
GPS.
sci-fi movies.
You could toss a tiny little GPS in one of these bastards, get them close to target, and then say seek a human target, and they could go find it. And that's with current.
There's a lot of things that could be.
Right. I'm just wondering, are they actually pursuing this? Because I mean, it's practically off the shelf. You could do it with consumer grade. I mean, the object tracking in something as small as the spot that they had in this video.
If he who knows is in this conversation, he would have to deploy those drones upon every one of us. Do you really want him to tell the truth?
Yes.
They probably track the location of all of us perfectly satisfactorily to ensure that there's a gas explosion that destroys my house.
I think they're inside the house because I heard a very loud noise earlier in my apartment, and I still haven't figured out what it was. So I bet it was them.
Well, I don't have a gas supply, so gas explosions out here.
Yeah, I have no
don't have a
gas
gas supply,
either.
so I'm
So.
right.
But yeah, it'll still be it'll be fine. It'll just be in the paper as a gas explosion.
Of course.
Even though you haven't got any gas and there's no gas main for miles and miles. Although I live in a village that's like I live about a quarter of a mile from the main interconnector that connects one of the biggest onshore gas plants in Europe with the rest of the country. Yeah, I have no mains gas.
It's because they didn't run the pipe to you.
I think the pressure in the pressure in that pipe might be a little excessive for having it coming out the wall.
Yeah.
Just
They go
use
through
thicker wall
several
pipe.
step downs.
No, just use thicker walled pipe and have a little bit stronger stove.
There would be a redneck somewhere in the hills that, knowing that that main supply gas pipe was there, would probably do or try to do that. Would not surprise me one red little bit. Boom.
Where'd he go? A year later, let me just cease to exist. One hell of a mushroom cloud, though. Kaboom! Where'd the house go? Uh-oh. House blew up again.
Oh, I just turned on another 5G site. Here goes some more spots released.
What in the bloody hell are you doing?
I build 5G cell sites.
You just built one while you were talking with us?
Well, I finalized the design.
Okay, all right.
Flow radius.
Will it pick up HBO?
No.
And micro and
interwebs.
And will it mind control a flat earther from 10 miles?
Pick up
And that's
HBO.
the 28
That's
gigahertz. The 28 gigahertz ones will only get you for like maybe 600 to 900 feet.
Well, you just have to build them a little bit closer together so that make sure you keep the flat earther under control.
You hold up a heavy coat in front of it, you'll be shielded though.
I always like those discussions when I hear them about how could we go through the Van Allen belt. Simple. The astronauts were wearing clothes. That shields you from the aluminum foil that they had in the walls of the Apollo command module was enough to protect them. And just stupid.
Yeah, that took care of your alpha and beta rays, and then you gotta have you gotta just kind of eat it on the gamma.
Yeah, well, as I recall, also they picked a route that gave them Van Allen belt exposure very, very as quickly as they could get through there. They went through there.
And gamma rays are supposedly of the radiation in the Van Allen belt. Somebody came up with, I think it was Foolish, came up with it was 0.05, 0.05% of the radiation is gamma.
Which is why you choose a very short route through them belts.
I got a question though. There's something that keeps on being said, and I see it in all the hyperbolic statements when they talk about gamma radiation. They say that a single gamma radiation particle can carry as much energy as a lightning bolt. Yet
Bullshit.
we get hit with I'm not sure about that because it just goes right through you. It doesn't deposit the energy in you. So
yeah, but how small is that gamma ray particle?
Teeny tiny.
It's a photon.
I've seen it in relatively credible documents.
No, it can't contain as much energy.
No?
No, not possible. Because even nuclear bonds wouldn't contain that much energy. You're talking just one particle. A nuclear bond release would not create the energy of a lightning bolt. Not close. Didn't even look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, as far as that goes, I didn't know whether it was just the fact that it passes right through you. Like, if you get hit with a 50 cal, it only dumps a little bit of the energy in you.
Please let's not call gamma rays particles. They're photons, just
You're
like
right.
any other form of electromagnetic radiation.
I agree, but they keep on mentioning that they carry a a proton?
A radical.
So they call it
not gamma rays.
You look up gamma rays. I keep on seeing particle in all the literature.
Gamma rays.
And why they say it.
Gamma rays are electromagnetic radiation. They are photons, so technically that is a particle, but of course it's a particle with no mass and it travels at the speed of light.
Correct.
Somewhat okay.
Now the photon energy, the energy of the photon, that is pretty high. It's high enough that it can
break bonds. Yep.
Break chemical bonds, which is significant. But
that's where the cancer comes from.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not the equivalent of nuclear bombs, because nuclear bombs release trillions, if not more, gamma ray photons when they go off, and we're talking about a fission bomb, not even a thermonuclear device.
It's interesting.
Big boom.
I wonder if you could set a volcano off with an atomic bomb.
Set a candle off?
Volcano.
Oh, volcano.
This is kind of interesting. I always thought that it was just electromagnetic, and then somebody hit me with the particle. Then all I could find the other day was them mentioning particles, and now I'm looking, and I think the not Dunning-Kruger, the Mandela effect has taken over. It's back to being electromagnetic.
Yeah. I mean, some people who are not necessarily that up on the subject may well call the photons particles, but of course, when we start talking about EM radiation and the difference between the wave model, we have the wave model and the particle model, but of course, you have to remember that it's a particle with no mass. It's just a unit of energy rather than an actual particle.
No junk in the trunk, huh?
Do you think that it's possible to set a volcano off with an atomic bomb?
Depends on the volcano.
Depends upon what you mean setting it off. If you want to talk about blow the top off of a volcano, yeah, you can do that. But would that cause the magma way down in the bowels of the earth to get all pissed off and come rising up? Not necessarily. Now, if you set that bomb off down in that magma chamber, again, you'd probably have to set off a really, really, really big bomb to have any kind of an effect. The next problem is getting it there.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got a volcano that really and truly is just about ready to erupt, then yeah, then you might have a chance of deciding when it erupts by doing something like that. But even then, you know,
Like the Mount St. Helens, if you probably had hit that at the base a few days before, you probably could have triggered it.
I probably would have taken a bigger bomb than what you have in your imagination right now. I mean, the mass of that volcano that moved was incredible.
Oh, it's huge. But it just took that, whatever it was, it set it over the edge so it would go. All you're doing is causing that trigger.
If you're talking about a trigger, you know, it just could be a pebble that decided to roll down the hill.
Yeah, you could.
So I wouldn't have taken much at all.
Yes, that is very correct.
I think we're getting into the area of cause and effect.
Seems that way.
We've gone from weapons of mass destruction to BS to cause and effect. Okay, fine.
Well, I
We
still
should just
say,
start drilling in Yellowstone and see if we can weaken the surface of the Earth there.
yeah, do fracking in Yellowstone.
Yeah, cool.
Well, you'd be able to get lots of geothermal heat there, at least, around a few power plants. And that'd be a way of keeping it from erupting. Build hundreds of large geothermal power plants. Lots of cold water down in there to, you know, get the heat to run the power plants.
I wonder if they just like
There
poke
would
some
be
holes in that
something
total
that you
vent.
overlooked. It would cause a great big go boom.
Yeah, just poke a
Say it
couple
again?
holes and let it vent slowly.
I said there would be something that you overlooked, and that would cause a great big go boom.
Just start boring holes and then pumping water down into them. But keep
That's what I
going
like
until it gets
when
deep
they
as
talk
possible.
about redirecting meteors and stuff like that. You only have to redirect it by a fraction of a degree, or degree per day. So it doesn't take that much energy. It's like, yeah, but when you don't carry your one, or when you forget metric is not as a standard American units, or not standard units, and all of a sudden I just aimed it right at Earth. Oops, sorry guys, it was gonna miss us. Imperial units.
At least aim it for Yellowstone, at least. You always
But
make
if
it count.
you drill
Aim
a
a large
couple of
impact
holes,
straight for Yellowstone, so at least make it count.
yeah, all you do to stop that is drill a couple of like 36-inch holes in it, let it vent, and over 100 years it'll flatten out and not worry about it anymore.
I prefer my way. Set up power plants all around it that run on geothermal heat. Cool her down. Get electricity out of areas to cool her down.
Might make it explode harder though, because like you might solidify some of the rock and make it just like a crisper shell, so it build up more pressure.
Now, hopefully, human civilization will be kind of over with by the time that happens.
They put that one in a reasonably current threat, like within the next 100,000 years.
Hey, we got blue marble science in there.
G'day, Blue.
He's been here a while.
He's just lurking, though.
Oh, Blue likes to lurk.
Listening.
Oh,
Is it
there
true
he is.
that the flat earthers are trying to cross-examine what I said about my counterweight the other day?
What?
I heard that they were over there on their Flurf server trying to figure out what I said the other day in here.
I don't know what you said, so I have no idea.
Oh, I had up a experiment, using the big lead ball. And when you position yourself on either side of the room, outside the room, but on either side, you could actually get a reading.
You do what?
I found that if you stand on one side of the building where that thing is hung out there, my experiment, you get it to go one way, then you go away and let it settle, and then you go stand on the other side, it would go the opposite way. So I must have some gravity about me.
It's called the mass in your ass.
No, that would pull the ball clean off the mount and it'd roll over and hit me.
You said it, not me.
That's right. That's how you move the ball. You just get close to it and you'll start rolling your way from all the mass.
Your big lead ball, I'm sorry, I've got to see this thing. You go ahead and buy yourself a cell phone with a camera, man.
Oh, we got a flat earther in here. Okay.
That's not a flat earther. I just have my doubts as to some of your experiments. They seem a little grandiose.
And unlike you, I don't care what you think.
That's okay. You don't have to, obviously.
Hey,
I don't think there was anything wrong with Blue's recreation of Cavendish's experiment.
Oh, it was great. Beautiful, actually.
I mean, okay, you couldn't do it at quite full one-to-one scale because not enough room in his workshop.
And his wife would not let him move it into the front room.
Yeah, I think he might have had even more trouble in the front room, to be honest, depending on ceiling heights.
I thought you were going to say it's depending on where people are sitting in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit that I did have one flat, which was unfortunately on the third floor, that had 25-foot ceilings.
Just put
I had a house in
Discord question.
but just put your balls in a
Why
backpack
is
and
it
carry
when,
them up the stairs.
What'd you say, Blue?
why is it when somebody's running their camera that I've got no control over their volume?
Yeah, it's Alan here. Yeah, it freaks up their volume completely.
Anytime anybody's got a camera running, not control their volume, they'll go to wide open.
You can't
Alan's
turn the
blowing
volume
my
down?
speakers apart.
You can't turn the volume down?
I'll turn everybody. Huh?
Alan, did you hear that? Your camera's making it so he can't adjust you to match the rest of us. Sounds like he's saying.
Sure, I've been able to turn people's volume down when they've had the camera on.
What am I doing wrong with Discord? That's my question.
I have no idea how to do You asking the wrong person
What
when you
setting?
ask me that.
Must
I
have a
didn't even know
setting
you.
wrong or something, Alan.
Does your product say Apple on it by any chance?
Do you want to try and get my volume set to a level you like, and then I'll try turning the camera back on and see what happens?
Yeah, you sound fine right now.
Okay, so if I turn
Say
that back on, does that screw your audio up again?
Yep. Just went back to full volume. Even though the volume for you is set at 84%. It shows it set at 84%, but you're loud now.
I have
Weird.
absolutely
And it's
no
not just
idea.
you, it's anybody. It's not just you. For me, anybody that's got a camera turned on, their volume,
right.
I have no control over their volume.
I'm able
Well,
to
we'll
still turn it
experiment.
down.
Let's swap off Alan's and I'll turn mine on and see what happens.
That's a good way to demand the mic.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Did it raise my volume when I turned my camera on?
Yeah, it did. Yep.
And now, normal.
Nope, back to normal.
Yeah. That happens to people once in a while.
I get it.
It's a legit problem he's got.
Yeah, I say it's making absolutely no difference whatsoever to the volume I hear you at, though.
Yeah, me neither. But he's got that weird problem, so I guess we'll just have to deal with it.
Okay, it's just me, I guess.
That's all right, Blue. I've run into that situation a lot of times when it's just me.
This is a bit of a pain in the backside with stuff, though.
I hate it when I hear things go bump in this apartment.
Why? It's just the CIA agent sneaking around.
Yeah, but I keep looking for the little shit. One of these days I'm going to stomp on him.
I didn't know your CIA agent was that short.
Hey, my last name is Little.
But Gary, how do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Gary, how can you explain the Bible? Come on, Gary.
How can I?
Gary, come on, Gary. Your mother's calling you upstairs. Gary, you knew who I'm referencing, don't you?
Oh, you're talking about that
Gary,
embarrassing namesake.
Yeah, you don't need to be playing with your bot, you know. Come on, Gary. Turn off your attack dog bot.
Just start a new game.
Oh, it's still round. Hasn't changed. It's still basically a sphere for all intents and purposes.
Prove it.
Rotation 15 degrees per hour.
So you're saying it's not a sphere exactly?
Bob actually figured that out himself. Bob personally figured that one out, that it's rotating. Thanks, Bob.
But it could be flat. If it's not a sphere, it could be flat, right?
Oh, it's got the rotation 3 axis, just like Bob figured it out.
What about ether making that happen?
No, all ether does is start the old diesel when it won't start in the cold.
No, ether makes you go to sleep. Everybody knows that.
No, that's nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
No, we called it ether.
Aether does some weird other shit in photographs.
Isn't that Mabbit? No, that's not Mabbit. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit Pete Shea-ism now.
No, that's SE.
Now we have a flat earther in here.
Yeah, but I can't stay long because Bob doesn't really want me here. I just came in to say hi to Blue. It's been a while.
Well, you gonna behave yourself?
I always behave myself.
Define behave.
When have you known me not to behave myself when people talk respectful to me? Go ahead.
Well, when you hold the room hostage for somebody who maligned you, it gets kind of old. So as long as nobody does it, that's fine. But just one person doing that to you doesn't mean you have to hold us all hostage. So try
Like
and be
what?
the
What do
best-
you mean?
best-
What do you
the
mean,
best
Moya?
person you can.
When did I
Well,
do that?
When you get into a rude fest with somebody who's being rude to you.
Well, yeah, well, I grew up on the street, bro. I mean, I'm not going to let somebody abuse me, but hey, I'll help the old lady cross the street. That's the way I am. It depends how you want to, depends how you want to engage me.
But it's kind of like going out on the street and strafing people because you got mad at the guy who was standing in the middle of the crowd.
Nah,
Yeah, he
I'm the
did
kind
this
of
to you, but
guy.
you're still strafing him.
No, you got me wrong, bro. I'm the kind of guy that will come to your defense if I see somebody bullying you. I'm the guy you want there next to you because I'll kick that other guy's ass. That's me. I think you guys got me, in the wrong kind of light.
So you got teach everybody in here about the skateboard paradox, or what's your new one? The boat paradox.
You want to talk about the skateboard paradox? Sure.
Hey,
It'd
look
be
at
my
VC
pleasure.
text. There you go. Something for you. Nuclear warhead inventories. Let's talk about something enjoyable instead of Flurf World.
All right.
Let's talk about bombs, if we can, if that's not against the rules.
You mean things that go boom, boom?
Yeah.
There you go. Things that fall down and go boom, boom.
I wish I could see VC text, but I can't.
That's
Why
your
not?
own fault.
Oh.
Jeez, I'm an old fart and I can see VC text.
But they got me blocked, bro, for some reason.
Here, I'll post it in Flurf text for you too. There you go.
You're such a good guy. Thanks, bro.
Do you have any
Give it a
evidence
second.
that nukes are real?
It'll load here in a second for you.
Do you have any evidence that nukes are real?
So don't you guys find it boring talking to yourselves? Like, don't you wish there was more of us guys around? We can make it happen if you want.
No, it's more of a headache.
I tried to
I
direct
used
it
to
to flat
spend-
Earth, and everybody summarily decided that wasn't the direction they wanted to go. So I don't think they really do want a lot more flat Earth.
I used to
There you
spend
go.
45 minutes driving one way to get to work in downtown Los Angeles, talking to people in and around the basin on an amateur radio. I have learned that a group of people can sit in one little congregation and talk about absolute nothing for an incredible length of time.
Yeah, what
Which
a
is, by
waste
the
of
way, what
time.
we have done today. It
Yeah.
absolutely is. But when you're on a freeway driving 90 miles, driving 45 miles in traffic, it's called something to do, and you're just wasting time because
Yeah, but
there's no
wouldn't you
time
rather
that
have
you can
some?
expend anywhere.
Agreed. But wouldn't you have something? Wouldn't you rather, sorry, have something interesting to talk about?
Well, flat Earth
Yeah,
isn't
no.
necessarily that. It's kind of a joke. A lot of people enjoy it. I kind of enjoy it, but it is not something to be taken seriously.
Come on, Moyak, you're on it all the time.
That's what I said. I enjoy it, but it's not something to take it seriously.
What do you enjoy about it?
It's interesting watching how defective people's minds can be.
You notice that SE is controlling the conversation.
Oh, I'll back off. Am I being too forward? I'll
No.
back off.
Yeah, I'm just making an observation. That's all.
Okay, back. Want to go back to the fun topics? How do we do? What's your take of which type of thingy go boom boom do you like the best? The big ones or the little ones?
The old firecrackers we had when I was a kid, they went boom boom.
Yeah. Or are they those? What are they?
No. I'm talking about the little bitty strings of firecrackers that you could light the beginning of a string and run, and the whole thing would go off.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Pow, 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 pow. Yeah.
Fire.
I have 10 pounds of tannerite right now. I'm
removed
tempted
the
to
stump
set it all off at once.
Yeah. I removed a stump in my yard with contents from several airbags.
You know what tannerite is?
Yeah, fun
Tannerite?
stuff. Yeah, it's a great time.
I've heard of it.
Oh man, it's awesome.
Boring.
I took about 2 pounds of it and put it on the end of an oak log, and it actually crushed the end of the oak log, just smushed it. You could see absolute distortion in the grain on the end. It split the thing, sent it flying towards me. I was far enough away that it just sort of lobbed its way over to me, but nasty stuff.
I'm sure that's exciting to most people, but I'm sure most people are saying boring. Have you guys heard of the Bitcoin challenge? Now that's some
I've heard
excitement
of it.
right there.
So
we can make some big money with your guys' help.
Well, a Bitcoin challenge that you're speaking of is the only arbiter of who is right is the person who put forth the challenge. So kind of defeats the purpose.
Not much of a
Check the
challenge.
log,
I reckon you know the challenge already.
Yeah,
Specify it. State it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, all you need is one globe proof. And shout out Dearth, deep inside the rabbit hole. He's offering 3 Bitcoins, 35K each.
But Mr. Sensible
You
has
really
given
think we're
you
going to
about
fall for your scams? Come
It's
on.
already been challenged and replied to.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible.
Oh, really?
Yep, he didn't pay and he won't.
Mr. Sensible has sent about 6 replies to that already, and they're all pretty much
Ignored.
irrefutable.
Yeah. So your scam ain't working.
Next question is the money in escrow, and who's the independent judge?
I don't have those details. I don't know. I just heard about it, and I figure, let me come here and ask the top ballers. Maybe we can make some money.
Show us the evidence of show us the evidence of the account. Find out who the judge is supposed to be, and they've got to be neutral.
Well, Dearth is the judge.
And show that
That
the
ain't it. That ain't an independent judge. And that says that the money is not in an escrow account.
Do you know what? Do you know what proof he sent them?
It's posted.
Does it matter?
Yeah, you kidding me? It's 35K. We can call.
Yeah, so I'm asking, so does it matter? Because anything that will be presented to him, he'll reject. That's just the way he did. So does it matter what was presented?
Well, you're just saying stuff. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard any of the rejections. This is news to me now.
Oh, we got to post this where you can see it. Hold on.
Flat earthers never pay up.
Blurf text.
Yeah,
Blurf
don't
text.
forget, I'm segregated. Everybody, I want you to know that. I'm not allowed to see the main text chat, even though I'm in the text, in the chat, voice.
Well, judging
I'm
by
not
the
allowed.
logs, be happy you're on here.
Well, flat earthers never pay up. Isn't MC Toon still on $100,000?
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
As far as I know, Dave is an upstanding guy. I'm sure he's going to pay up.
There you go.
No,
there you
no,
go.
it's not.
Look at Blurf text. There's your video. Or I'll
Yeah,
ping
see,
you to
Blurf
help you
text.
find it.
So then
Ping him to help
Wolfie
you find it.
measured R.
No.
Can you please just give me the rundown because I didn't see it since we're here? How did
Well,
he
you don't
measure
need
it
to do
exactly?
your research. Go watch the video. Come back and cry after you've watched the video.
You can.
There is something. There's something flat earthers say, Montreal. I assume you're one of them. It's called "do your own research." So if we're telling you it's out there, you can research and find it. So do it.
Remember to do your own research.
For you.
Remember
To
to do your
your
own
question,
research.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, you are a flat earther, sir.
No. If you want to label me, you can call me a stationary earther.
You are a flat earther.
Hold on.
What's the difference
You like
between a
labels,
flat
you guys,
earther
right?
and a stationary author?
I will bite
Stationary,
on
yes.
this. I will bite on this. So you're saying that you believe it's spherical, but we are the center of the universe and solar system.
No, absolutely not. Don't put words in my mouth. I just said whatever we're on, we're stationary. That's the SC. That's where the SC comes from. Stationary Earth.
Except that we aren't, and we can easily prove it.
Do you have an opinion on the shape of the Earth?
Well, first of all, let's go back to the proof thing. You just posted one thing. That's sufficient for you guys? Have all of you guys seen it and agree with it? Or did you prove it for yourself? Like, how does this work?
Does it matter?
Dude,
you're going to reject it.
How about 3,000 years of proof and evidence and observations that you reject every time you turn your computer on?
So you're just going on somebody else's proof. I understand that. I respect that as long as you admit that.
I've done it myself, not this particular method, but I've done it myself.
What have you done, Paid?
You do the Erasmus measurement.
The stick?
Yeah, the stick, the shadow.
That's not the only thing he does in this, I don't think. I'm not sure.
No,
about
it's not.
This
But yes, but SC's asking what I personally have done, and I've done the Erasmus measurement.
And you should watch the video. See, come on back. It's only like what 6 to 10 minutes.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna do just that. I'll be back.
And as far as the Earth being stationary, that's another thing that's easily debunked.
If it's stationary, what's its shape?
If it's stationary, but it's not stationary because you can do the Foucault pendulum.
Oh, of course it is.
Foucault.
Of course it's not stationary. And I spent a lot of years in radio systems in the United States Army, and there's one of the first things you find out when you are in any type of planned radio systems that the Earth has to be a globe, or your radio communication systems will absolutely not work.
And why would they not work? Just give me. I have an idea. I'm a ham radio guy, but tell me why.
In 1953, let me rephrase it. In the early 50s, radio television stations began to come out. Television is very high frequency. They're line of sight. But there was a channel 7 in Oklahoma City pumping out 50 kW, and there was a channel 7 in Odessa, Texas. And between Odessa and Oklahoma, we're talking about some of the flattest country in the world. Now, why could I not listen to my grandparents' channel 7 in Oklahoma City when I was in Odessa.
Right.
The Earth
Okay.
is not flat.
Yeah. If the Earth was flat, you're right, you'd be able. But see, the flurfs were talking today. I was talking to another idiot who was basically saying that medium wave that are dinosphere bound stuff, that doesn't prove anything because you could just do a line of sight.
No, we're talking about, was it Waibenga, the infamous Waibenga said it one time, weak frequency band. I still haven't figured out what that is.
Well, if you get really low frequencies, you start getting ground waves.
That's true.
That's
But
usually
not...
under 10 kilohertz for ground wave propagation.
Yeah, you need the trying to communicate with submarines using that.
Yeah, I mean the
low
ELF
waves you're going to do for submarines, but
the ELF system.
Go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
4 kilohertz.
Yeah, they were really low. BLF.
And you're only you're only sending CW on that. You're not going to send voice, and you're only going to send CW on that really slowly.
Yep.
Hey.
But when you start getting up into the megahertz range, then you start getting up into high frequency, then you start getting up into the line of sight. There's a little thing called a VOR that's a very high frequency omnidirectional radio that is used in aviation. That's called a navigation point. And again, if the Earth were flat, how do you plan where those navigation systems are going to be sitting? Specifically, if the Earth is flat, why can't I take off from Bakersfield, California in the San Joaquin Valley and receive the Sacramento VOR? Now remember, we're talking about point sources of radiation. So it doesn't take an awful lot to be seen, right? That's about 400 miles away, but I can't receive the Sacramento VOR till I get within 100 miles of it. Why?
What do you expect on a round Earth?
Tired light.
I agree.
What about tired light?
I'm sitting here and I'm preaching to the choir. I apologize, guys.
I'm sorry.
And you're dating yourself when
you have totally forgotten about tired light or tired radio. It gets
tired. That's the weak frequency band. Remember I said that? Or Waibenga said that?
You're dating yourself when you start talking about VORs and airplane navigation. That's going the way of the dodo here really quickly.
Hey.
Well, that's what I learned on back in 1976 and 77.
I know. They still operate it, but the FAA is one of these days. The FAA is going to say, "Yeah, we're just not going to maintain this thing. Let it fall apart."
Well, yeah.
Yeah, VORs are still working.
Yeah, VORs are still working. They
You
will
can still
for a while.
fly with VOR, DME, all that good shit. That's all still working.
Yes, someday I wager someday not so far away that they're going to just start letting the system die.
Now don't compare dodos to flat earthers, okay? Dodos are a lot smarter.
You say dodo or doo-doo?
Dodo birds.
Well,
aren't they bringing up bringing
VORs
back
out there too, and the maintenance on them is expensive. So
yep,
most of them are in very inaccessible areas.
Yep.
They tend to put them on top of fucking mountains and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was driving. Where is it coming? I was coming from California back east. As I was going down the middle of nowhere, suddenly go, yep, there's a VOR. I know that one. Yep, there's another one. They were like 100 miles apart.
You see them out in the flatlands.
Yeah, well, they're in the middle of the flatlands, and they were just like, white cones out in the middle of nowhere.
Penis-looking things sticking up out of the dirt.
Yeah, but if you didn't know what they were, you would just drive right by it.
There's one right outside of Mesquite, Nevada. That first time I was driving to Mesquite with a friend of mine, I looked over there to the right and I said, "My God, that's a VOR!" And he said, "What's that?"
Yep. Like I said, I was driving and you could see them because out in the middle of nowhere out there in the desert, they just put them like 200 feet off the road.
Yep.
Can I ask you, pilot chaps, if you were 100 nautical miles from a DME or a VOR, what sort of altitude would you have to be at to see it?
I think,
At 100 miles, you better be at 10,000 or so.
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say above 8,800 feet.
Oh yeah.
Because 8,800 feet would be my prediction.
Yeah, that's 8 inches per mile, right? There's also high VORs and low VORs. So.
But right there,
Are you talking
guys,
about
that's
backhand?
Yeah, TACAN, the high VORs and the low, the high TACAN.
Yeah.
You know, ones that are certified to be used above.
TACAN is not available to civilians normally.
Oh, you get the DME. The DME is
Yeah.
part of the TACAN signal. But there's ones that are certified for the use of the above, 180, and others certified below 180.
Yeah, most VORs are down in the 120 megahertz range.
But Bob, I heard that they were bringing back Loran for some reason. I thought it might be for aviation, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is.
Is that true?
Yeah, they're talking about it because they're worried what happens if they take out the satellites, take out the.
Yes, I would think the same would apply to VORs. Eventually,
it's called
they may
paper
still
charts
get
and
rid of them, but-
compasses.
Yep. And then you have to get back into our favorite thing, the sextant.
Yep. Actually, I learned with paper charts and compasses and never ever once even saw a sextant when I was going through pilot training.
Well, that's because.
But again, that was private pilot, and that was 1976.
Even then, the navigators, at least in the Air Force, the time they would train all the navigators to do sunshots. No more.
Sure, that makes sense.
Now you can buy them for spare parts on.
I've been thinking about buying one. Why? I don't know.
Well, you don't need it.
Give me something to do.
Well, the Blue here and Dr. Bob and a few other people have pretty much decimated the flat earthers on the sextant.
They just don't know it yet. Well, they don't admit it. Let me rephrase that.
Well,
They won't admit it.
You can't get an angle from a curved surface. Jeez.
Fuck.
Good. We don't even
You're
try.
right. You can't.
It's pretty
but
fucking
who cares?
handy.
Not
Very
only that,
fucking handy. You're right. We don't. That's why we don't try to do it.
And then they try to triangulate. It's hilarious.
It's like most of their claims. They start with a false premise. They start with this false premise that somehow or the other there's this mythical baseline. No, there isn't. Damn baseline.
Well, the whole thing.
Measuring an angle from a celestial object down to the horizon. That's all you're doing.
Well, not only that, but that's not what you really want. The one you want is from the vertical to the star.
Yeah, you can do it that way too. And the complement of that would be the
down to the horizon. I got you. But
that's what
they
get
do
when you measure the horizon and apply the dip corrections.
Right, that's because they were trying to, when they originally started using sextants in airplanes, they used Mariner sextant, and the correction to the horizon was just outrageous. Because the dip
yeah,
angle.
it's crazy.
So
yeah, well, it'll be 3 or 4 degrees of dip.
So they had to correct, and then they figured out, wait a minute, if we just measure it directly, we can use a bubble sextant.
Yeah. Exactly.
What I like is when you fill the dog's dish with water and take a side off of that. That was hilarious. But it works.
Sections are just to measure an angle between 2 objects, any 2 objects. You pick it. Well, you can take it and lay it sideways and measure the angle between your neighbor's house and your other neighbor's house if you want to.
That's right.
You can use that for navigation too, between 2 lighthouses.
Well, yeah, you can. You can figure out how far away you are fairly closely.
The trick to learning technology is to learning what the guy that invented the technology never even dreamed that you could do with this technology.
So all the poor sods that invented the internet and the modern computing are to blame for the rise of the flirfs on YouTube. Then are they?
Yeah, I put that right at the
I
hand.
hate to say, but you're right.
I put that right at the lap of Alan Turing and Al Gore.
Did Al Gore invent the internet by any chance?
That's what he said in one of his
Okay.
debates. What he meant was he funded one of the early bills for the internet. Yeah, we always thought that the internet would help, that you could find any information out there, it would raise the intelligence of people. I think what it did is it just made all this bullshit information available so that it actually lowers the intelligence. All the village idiots are getting together on idiot.com, villageidiot.com.
Yeah.
Well, what's happening is that people are refusing to think when they sit down and they see something on the internet. They assume because it's on the internet, well, it has to be true.
So it's on the internet.
That's right.
But because people forget that nobody actually curates the internet for them to weed out all the rubbish, unlike in I mean, back in the day when you have to get everything from books, a publisher with any sort of reputation for publishing good quality informational books, especially textbooks and the like, would not, they would ensure that the information that they printed was at least at a cursory level correct.
Well, that depends upon your publisher.
Yeah.
If your publisher is something like Scientology, no. Well, now we're talking about suspect sources again.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking about reputable pub. I was thinking more Oxford, OUP or Wiley or publishers of
or
that.
University of California, University of Southern, University of Nevada, Brigham.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about Brigham Young University. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about stuff that was books published by non-fiction books published by reputable publishers.
Yes.
The publishers' editors are going to try and ensure that what they're publishing is not a complete and utter load of tosh, because it's going to because that could ruin their reputation and affect the bottom line, i.e., sales.
I swear, Alan, I love hearing you talk because you come up with words that I never have heard before, and I have to figure out what you mean. You make me think.
A bit wordy.
Tosh. I heard that and I said, huh? And then I said, oh, bullshit.
English colloquialisms that are usable in
polite society.
Yeah.
No, and I think some of them are usable in polite society only because the society doesn't know what you're talking about.
Indeed. I mean, it's amazing how easily you can get in general. It's amazing how easily you can get away with saying food bar, isn't it?
Yeah, until you break it down.
Until you break it down, yeah.
And then you don't want to say that with grandma in the room. At least not my grandma.
Situation normal? All fouled up. What's wrong with that?
Well, the way I used it, it was not fouled.
No.
Oh, you probably have a definition on it.
Yeah. I actually have a photo. I actually have several photographs of a P47G in my thingy that has snafu painted in very large letters down the side of it.
Okay. Works for me as long as you don't define it.
By the way, grandmas are getting hip enough that they can use the F word.
Yeah.
Yeah, modern grandmas
Really?
could pretty well make my first sergeant blush.
I don't really think I want snafu painted on the side of my airplane.
You own an airplane. What is it, Bob? Or Blue?
Or what's the
It's
question?
a device. It's a device made for flying.
Yes, I know, but I mean, what brand?
What brand? What are we talking
You
about?
said you
I
won't.
missed something.
Did I understand you correctly to say that you owned an airplane?
Oh, I did. It's been quite a while. I sold it 10 years ago.
Okay, I know they get expensive. I had a friend that owned one, and I got to fly it quite a few times. It was a Cherokee 181, and we just had all kinds of fun in that thing.
The old Hershey bar wing.
Yep.
Yeah, I've flown them. They're pretty nice airplanes.
They were,
had a Mooney M20F. Fairly.
I think they were coming
slick
out
little airplane.
just about the time I was ending my flying career because I got married and my wife decided she wanted a house instead of me getting an IFR license.
Yeah, instrument rating costs some money, that's for sure.
It was. So we got the house, and I must admit that I did enjoy it. But I had a lot of fun flying. Puttering around the skies of Southern California.
Yeah, well, you cheated death enough times as it is, so okay.
I sit back and I think on some of the things that I did alone in that cockpit, and you're right. There was a few times some of the things I did was just brain dead stupid.
I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
That's the expression. It's better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than it is to be in the air wishing you were back on the ground.
And there's been one or two times when I know exactly what that feeling was.
Oh, yes. We all have had that.
Yeah. One of them, I was trying to maintain as calm a demeanor as I could because I had a friend sitting on the right side. He was not a pilot. And I did not want to scare the shit out of him because I had got us into a situation that I definitely regretted.
That happens.
Yeah. It all boiled down to the fact I was more interested in getting us home than checking the route.
Get homeitis.
That's right.
Very fatal.
And I got just a little bit lucky. We landed, and I pulled up the pumps, and the guy filled up the tanks in the wing, and then he looked at me and gave me this. You really were low on gas, weren't you? Didn't say anything, but he gave me that look, and I just said, nodded my head, yes, and taxied the aircraft back to the proper parking place. And I never did that again.
That's the classic way to kill yourself.
It certainly is. And that was a lesson learned very strongly that day.
I was reading this one where this guy had suffered from something similar, but he had an old, I forget. Anyway, his vacuum pump basically destroyed itself in that flight. He had never maintained it. It was like 20 years old or something, and he'd never done any of the maintenance on it. Anyway, and it failed, of course, on top.
Yeah, they're only good for about 1,000 hours in the first place.
Yep, and this was the old one, the wet one or versus the dry one. I forget how it goes. But yeah, he had not maintained it, and it worked. And then one day it didn't work, and it picked a
It
really
didn't
bad
work.
time to fail. Well, it picked a really bad time to fail because he was basically on top of a almost infinite deck. And when he figured it out, if he had gone somewhere where there was, BFR, he might have lived. Well, he didn't. He tried to partial panel his way through an overcast.
There's flying smart and there's flying stupid. And too many times we fly too stupid before we get smart.
Well, today's day and age with a cell phone, you have an artificial horizon. I mean, there's apps for your phone that give you a pretty decent artificial horizon. I mean, it'll basically be a,
Are you going to guarantee that that cell phone will work when you're at 11.5 or right above Big Bear in Southern California?
well, it's better than not having anything at all.
And I say again, if it works,
Yeah.
can you guarantee that cell phone will work at that spot? Or you're between Palm Springs and Brackett, and you're below the mountains to your left and right.
It's not necessarily a good thing, but it's better than no
I hear,
thing.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you're right on that. It's not something you want to depend on, but keep it in your hip pocket.
Hey, Spider, you know the last scene that was on your camera there? If you think about it, in 1975, that was basically an impossible scene. Nowadays, we got iPads.
I can move it back, so I don't know which one was it.
Just before this one.
Yeah, I can look.
It showed a guy standing there looking at his tablet.
Okay. I can try and find it.
I know these are all Star Wars scenes from the pseudo Star Wars series, the Disney stuff.
What I'm showing?
Isn't that from Star Wars?
No, nothing from here is Star Wars. Maybe there's one or two fan-based images, but nothing Star Wars. I downloaded a small Java app that downloads all images from subreddits. So this is like imaginary landscapes, imaginary cities, future porn, imaginary technology, stuff like that.
How about a Dyson Sphere there?
Yeah. Hey, Blue.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do next? Not just on Cavendish. What's next?
I don't know.
Oh, Michelson.
I want to do Foucault, but
Foucault? Yeah, it'll be fun. Do you have a tall enough place?
Huh?
You have a tall enough. You need a couple. The taller, the better.
You got an old grain silo someplace you can use?
That'd work.
Yep. Oh, you're talking about doing the pendulum? Yeah, silent.
got a big ass football stadium.
Outdoors?
Huh?
It's tough to do Foucault outdoors because of wind.
Yeah.
Well, on a calm day, you could do it.
Sure. I saw one where the
Big
guys
enough
did it.
ball.
I saw one guy where the guys did it with a bunch of concrete bags on an overpass. They had a couple 100 feet under the overpass. So it can be done. I was thinking the other one I was thinking you could do was Michelson Morley.
Ooh.
I don't know if you could do it the exact way. I mean, you can't float it on Mercury anymore.
Can you even get Mercury? Is that what you just said?
Well, the original Michael's Morley, they floated on Mercury,
Uh-huh.
so can't do that anymore.
Why? What's so hard about it?
Poisonous. Really against
Can you get Mercury in that form?
Yeah, you can purchase Mercury. Yeah, but it's like really poisonous and really against the rules to have that much
Metal
mercury
mercury is
around there.
not actually as bad as you think, as long as you don't get any cuts, bruises, or up your ass.
I understand, but I'm just saying. The rules.
Just,
don't
how you get it up that last one.
just don't lick it. That's all. It would be a tough one to do, just because of that. I mean, I'm sure you can find a substitute for it, but
What would be a substitute for Mercury?
I don't know. You'd have to have like some sort of really slippery modern stuff or something. I don't know.
My first thought comes to my mind is cadmium, but I think that's a bit on the toxic side.
That
Rather
scene now
explosive.
kind of reminds me of Gundam Seed.
God, I hate getting old.
You what, Shay?
Something else hurts today. It didn't hurt yesterday, but it hurts today. Damn it.
Well, take that as a good sign. It's better than the other
Yeah.
option.
It's hurting. Yes, you're right.
This is the only way I can. This is the only way I can look at. This is the only way I can cope when I wake up every morning. It's like, shit, this hurts. Yeah, it's better than the alternative.
But at least I can feel it. All right. So you're stating the obvious.
Well, you would go to the doctor and says it hurts when I do that. The doctor says don't do that.
Oh yeah, that's an old one. Of course, I think about it. Every one of them is old. I'm older than half of them. Somebody's dinging and donging.
Blue was leaving because. Oh, sorry, I can't remember.
He has a life and he has other things to do.
Yeah, and Six Spider has his video on, which is upsetting Blue's audio again.
Oh, okay.
Although I don't remember hearing Six Spider actually say very much.
What? I said a few things. Am I talking?
Oh, sorry.
My images no good?
No, they're interesting.
No, they're
But they seem to be the point source for the problems that Blue was having.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
We just didn't figure out what.
But honestly, it's anybody with a webcam on, no matter what the webcam source is. So that's why I turned mine off.
Okay, now you put me to the test. I'm going to turn mine on and see what happens.
There's mine on again.
There's mine. Hi, guys. Is everybody suffering sound problems?
See your webcam, Gary.
All good for me.
Oddly.
Oh, wait a minute. Now my camera is on.
Now I see a Gary.
There's that Santa Claus without a beard. Do we have sound problems once I turn my camera on?
Everything good for me.
You're fine, Alan.
Yeah, I can put my camera on, but it's not a view you necessarily want to look at.
Oh, I'm not bragging. Okay, I'm turning mine off again.
Yeah, and I'm transitioning back to my much nicer set of images.
Turn off. There we go. Now you just see my ugly kisser. But when I turned it on, did anybody have sound problems?
No, I think it's something that's.
I think it was local for him.
Could have been. And it may not be there tomorrow. God, I can't believe I'm. Last game. I'm sitting here playing solitaire while I'm talking to you guys.
What, Microsoft Solitaire or actual solitaire with cards or actual solitaire with a board?
No, this is on my iPad, so it ain't Microsoft. It is Epic Solitaire, I think is the name of the provider.
What's an iPad?
That's one of them.
No, joking.
An iPad is a thing that I laughed my ass off when it first came out. And about a year and a half later, I bought one, and I've had one ever since.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It has been one of the most useful tools that I have in my arsenal, just to mess around, if I want to go to a restaurant someplace and sit down and have internet connection while I'm eating my meal by myself, it provides that.
If it's good for
And
you.
yeah, you're right.
Absolutely use it.
Sometimes it's nice just to turn it off and eat your meal in silence. Speaking of that, it is funny the number of times that I have done that. Didn't take my iPad or my iPhone out or anything like that. You sit down and ate my meal and enjoyed it. And I'm looking at this, sitting in this restaurant, and I'm looking around at the people around me. And sometimes I see families sitting at tables, and there's all kinds of conversations going on in that family, but absolutely not between the members of the table on cell phones, talking to somebody else far, far away. That's sad.
Next time when you see it, think about that they're talking about with other family members that are away. That will make you feel a bit better about it.
But you got your family right there at the table.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying they're talking to other family members. So maybe that will help
I hear what you're saying. Modern technology, bane and boon.
Sure is. Unfortunately, this technology let the flurfs up to surface up.
You just had to bring flurfs back up.
I had to. I really do hate them, so it's a problem.
I don't hate them. I just cannot understand where they're coming from half the time.
That's good, because I don't understand what they're saying, so that's better.
And I was just something that there was a question that came up earlier today, and it was on when did we know about the axial tilt of the Earth? It was a YouTube channel I was watching, And I went in and I looked it up. And the tilt of the Earth has been known at least since 1100 BCE. So it's over 3,000 years old that we have known this Earth tilts and spins.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just looking it up. I'm kind of an amateur student of Chinese history, and one of the features of the Han, well, my wife is Chinese, and one of the features of the Han Dynasty is that it lays out rather north to south rather than the east-west lay of the Mediterranean and the various places that occupied it. And so the Han Dynasty went from the tropics to about 45 degrees north latitude. So the difference in the length of the day across their empire was fairly important to them. And so they had armillary spheres with a tilt, with a proper tilt, in 200 BC. They constructed a complete model out of metal with the tilt and everything 2,200 years ago.
It's amazing how all this stuff has been known except for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Basically, you got idiots running around wanting to kick us back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Which dynasty? You said the Han Dynasty?
Yeah, the first big one, the first real Chungwo China one.
Each dynasty was a few hundred years now, at least. So.
Yeah, right. But the first real dynasty, as far as I'm concerned, the one the Han people are named for.
How would we search for that? Like Han Dynasty, like
armillary
Earth
sphere.
model?
Armillary sphere. The guy's name is Zhuang Ho, I believe. Let me get it right. Han Dynasty Armillary Sphere will get it, I believe. No, maybe not.
How do you say that sphere name? What sphere?
Armillary. I'm not sure exactly. Let's see. The one that survived, Liu Xiahong did one. Let's see. Who's that? Zhang Heng. ZHANG. HENG, Zhang Heng.
Spell that sphere.
The guy who made it. Oh, yeah. ZHANG HENG is the man who made. Yeah, he made the armillary spheres. Shoot, there's a good website with this. Why is it so difficult for me to find now?
Oh, armillary, not armillary. I have.
Yeah, armillary. I just found it.
Armillary. Yeah, my pronunciation might be off.
Also
it's just
known
so
as
fun.
a spherical astrolabe.
Yeah. It was used as a model. I mean, they didn't have complicated mathematics, so they literally built a model to predict when the sunrise would be, when the stars would appear, whatever, Forget mathematical models. They had models. But yeah.
Oh, in Wikipedia, on those spheres, the second picture is from Beijing, from the international airport. I assume it's obviously new, but
it's
I guess the actual structure is kind of, it's a gimbal. It's a gyroscope, basically.
It's a big model that they could move manually to predict where the sun would rise, when it would rise, etc. And again, because the Han Dynasty was laid out so very north to south versus the Mediterranean empires, the length of the day changed rather dramatically from one end of the empire to the other.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
That's so awesome.
2,200 years ago, they had a model for predicting things.
No, we don't. So for the last 10 years, those models all broke and disappeared.
Well, what happened is NASA actually invented a time machine, which allowed them to go backwards, okay, to put these things in place to cloud the minds of people for the last several thousand years.
Duh. Do we really want to talk about time machines now?
I've watched way too much Doctor Who, so go ahead.
I've written a couple of science fiction stories on time machines, and they're just really short flash fiction. And what happens is the guy that makes the time machine winds up sucking up and trying to breathe vacuum because he moved in time, but he forgot to move in space.
Right.
So he got outside of the machine and basically is in the middle of nowhere.
No, he was in the middle. He was in the middle of somewhere. It's just the Earth wasn't there yet.
Right. Nice. That's cute.
Yeah. That's why in
Eric,
Doctor
so
Who,
do you speak Chinese, Eric?
no, not really. I'm not even going to pretend right now.
Have you traveled to China? Have you been there?
Very briefly. My wife and I have only been married for 3 years, and so much of this is pandemic, and China is the most closed off place in the world. So
right. Well, I hope you get there. It's a beautiful country. It's kind of scary sometimes, but it's an awesome place.
I need to get to know my mother-in-law. I mean,
Yeah, good luck with that.
That's scary in and of itself.
No, she's great. What we've been able to communicate has been wonderful. But it's fun. I get to without getting too far into it, unless you want to. My mother-in-law is a member of the Communist Party, so I can say, I always say to people, you have mother-in-law problems. I have international. I have geopolitical mother-in-law problems. I don't.
That's great. Okay, I must say, I must give you one place to visit if you ever get to China. There's one place you must be. Is that okay if I'll give you that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm looking for it. I mean, I know what it is, but I'm looking to see if we have it in Wikipedia.
It's not Chengdu where the pandas are?
Yeah, no.
It's so great you don't know it right off the top of your head?
Oh, no, I know the name. I said I know the name. I know the name. The name is Huanshan, Yellow Mountain. I'm putting in the VC text the thing.
Oh, yeah.
So if you ever seen Avatar, he took the visuals of Avatar of the movie from that mountain. To walk around that place is just amazing on the peaks there. Just another place in the sunrise and sunset that the sun is obviously lower than eye level. Of course, flat earthers will not understand what I'm saying, but still. I highly recommend that place. It's beautiful.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, my wife is from the north, from Dongbei in Shenyang. So we weren't necessarily going to go that far south, but yeah, absolutely, that'd be great. Thank you. Just say, since I heard Bob was back on here, Bob, I used to live in Minnesota, and my wife and I were married there, and it is so funny how northern people are northern people. And my wife and I have more in common as northern people than she seems to have with southern Chinese people now that we live in San Francisco and everybody speaks Cantonese. So our attitudes, our foods, except for the spices, of course, so many different things align much more around the pole, people from cold climates than from warmer climates.
Yeah, you're fighting the same conditions. You're fighting the same problems. What's this picture? Is it a picture of a
It's a
Whataburger?
commonality that we all have. It's freaking cold. We deal with it. We don't bitch.
Well,
that's just it shapes our personality.
I live in Nevada. It's freaking hot, but I live with it.
Who's showing this picture of the Whataburger?
Oh, nice. The other thing about cold weather is, there are certain things you have to do if you plan to survive the next few months, and you have to do them.
Of course.
Yeah.
That makes for a different society.
You can tell the really northern people from the other ones. In Alaska, 1 out of 4 people have pilot's licenses or something ridiculous like that, and down here it's like 1 out of 100 or something. But I mean, you go through your checklist, and load the 44 is on your checklist up there, and you never see that down here.
I would just say you're not talking about carrying the 44. You're talking about loading the 44.
Yeah, and you don't carry it if it's not loaded, But yeah,
Roger that.
I always carried up there when I was flying. You betcha. And you always carry in a situation where you're prepared to kind of live out in the great nature for a couple of days until the Black Hawk shows up.
Hey Bob, do you own a plane? Do you have one?
Yeah, I do. I've got a Mooney. I've got a single engine.
Yeah. I think
Oh, you were cutting there. Yeah.
I think you got an M20C, don't you, Bob?
Yeah, it's an M20C Mod 21, actually. It's got the speed mods on it. But it's got the Johnson bar. It's all manual. You have this thing like looks like an emergency brake. That's how you put your landing gear. It's kind of an interesting, but it hauls ass. It does 160 miles an hour, 100
landing gear. You had to put your landing gear down?
Yeah, you got to put your landing gear down with this lever that sits between you and your passenger.
Aircraft I flew never did that. I never had to worry about lowering the landing gear. It was fixed.
Yeah,
Thank God.
Well, your gump check. Yep, gear's down and welded.
Yep. It better be. It was there when I took off.
Well, with the 182s that I fly, the 182s I fly for the patrol, you can look out and see the gear. The Mooney, you can't. It's a low wing. You just kind of, that felt like it went down. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Patrol, civil air
patrol.
patrol.
Definitely tell it's down with a Mooney. No doubt about it.
Yep.
What about helis?
Yeah, I'm in that. I'm a squadron commander in the Civil Air Patrol.
I was in that for a while.
Yeah, I'm officially Major Bob.
Have you ever flown helicopters?
The little bitty ones that you hold the controller for in your hand. I'm not good at
The RC ones, right?
Yeah. They want me to get a drone because they want my unit to switch over to drones because that's kind of the wave of the future, and we had some people that were good at them. But I haven't gone around to do it yet. I figure I could probably use it for the channel quite a bit. Before we had Otis fixed, I was going to go out and do drone missions to find Otis.
to see where you dropped his last litter, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I had him tracked. I could track him.
Yeah.
But it would be kind of cool to actually kind of zoom in on him and, make him a little paranoid that this buzzy thing was going to be finding him at will.
That's mean.
Yeah. He's having a hell of a time with little Missy right now. She keeps attacking him. And he's like 4 times her size.
Little Missy, is that a kitten?
Yeah, that's a kitten that showed up at the house. I think he dragged her home.
Oh, big-hearted Bob.
Yeah, well, he brought her home, and she ended up living in the engine compartment of my truck, and I just can't have that.
No.
And then we got her on in, and she started acting a little weird, and I'm looking at it, there's this freaking hole in her neck. She had a bot fly in her freaking neck.
Oh, crud.
and I had to go take that bad boy out. That I'm still in counseling over that after pulling that monstrosity out of it. Thing was half the size of the damn kitten, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I won't argue with you.
That thing was as big as my finger.
I've seen a few of those extractions on YouTube, and just wow.
They're not expressions; they're full-blown arguments between you, the tweezers, and the botfly, and the cat.
That's right. And they're going to argue with you that they don't want to come out of there.
Oh, they didn't. He didn't. Unfortunately, I'm as persistent with them as I am with QE.
That's what it takes.
The pilot in the crew here is blue. He had a Mooney too, I think, at one time. I think that was what he was flying.
What a dream to be a pilot. I couldn't pass medical, but what a dream.
I'm jealous of both of you. I flew them and I rented them, but I never owned one. Had a friend that had one, and he owned it, and I got to fly with him quite a bit. But that was one of the dreams that I had, was to own my own, until I got married, and my wife said, no, I'd rather have a home than you fly.
Well, a lot of people think that it's the same thing as a house. It's not. It's actually the same thing as a used car. I mean, my Mooney was 28 grand. I mean, it wasn't that much.
But it was a
maintenance. You need to keep it with maintenance and all that. The more you don't fly, the worse it gets faster, like the deterioration of the material, right? So you always need to fly them, either in the air or in maintenance.
But it's fun, you get on up there.
Oh yeah.
I was up in a 182 a couple of years ago, and I was doing high bird, if you know what that is. I was a radio relay, so I was sitting up there at 8,500 feet, just flying circles. And you get kind of bored, and I looked out, and by God, I could make out the curve of the Earth. So I took some pictures, and got some nice pictures that demonstrated curvature.
No, that was the curvature. That was the curve of your cockpit.
No, just like yesterday, it was the curve of the lens.
There you go. It was your ocular curve in your own personal lens.
Correct. But did you like the way that I made the strut of the wing straight?
Yeah.
That takes skill, man.
They forgot that their eyes also curved. I mean, come on.
That was just perspective.
You didn't count for the smush.
Yeah. Did you see the Chinese? You see that lesson the Chinese did? They did something really fascinating. They made a sphere of water and injected a bubble in the center of it. And you got a double lens effect. It was just really amazing.
Well, there was one of the astronauts on the ISS a few months ago that put an Alka-Seltzer tab into a bubble of water. That was interesting.
Sure, I will.
Yeah, they did that too. The Chinese did that too. They did a really nice series of uncut experiments in the Chinese space station.
My personal favorite with water is the guy who washed his hands and then wrung the towel, and as the water gets out of the towel, it starts flowing up his hands. That was a while ago.
Yeah, that was Chris Hatfield. He'd make a hell of a PM in Canada, I would think. He would be kind of awesome having him on our northern border.
You don't like Trudeau?
No, I do like Trudeau, but he's, how long can he be PM?
True.
Well, it's not like president here. President here, max you can have is 4 years.
8.
Yeah, you can actually get a total of 10, I think.
Well, you could get a total of almost 12. Yeah, really.
If you're lucky.
Well, it depends upon when you take office, when the other one dies.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. You could get close to that.
I miss the old days of Roosevelt.
Yeah, Roosevelt.
President for life.
That's why they changed the law.
Yeah.
The classic American way of saying, okay, what you did wasn't wrong, but it should be, so we'll change the law.
That was the Republicans that changed that law, and I figure probably about 2020, the Republicans were probably thinking about taking it back.
Well, it just shows the importance of tradition in American politics.
I always love to see your pussy.
I don't know. The Democrats will fix it, and then people will start thinking, well, we need to get some more out of this, so we're going to vote for Republicans again, and they'll screw it up, and then they'll wait for the Democrats to fix it again.
That's the wonderment of a two-party system.
I'll tell you, I tried my hand at politics once and got utterly disgusted with it.
Oh, crap.
Well, that's what happens when you run in the ultra-red part of Michigan as a Democrat.
It
I would
really
have been Mother
confuses me.
Teresa. If Jack the Ripper had been a Republican, he still would have won.
Correct.
My grandfather, who I never got to meet, sadly, the hero of the revolution.
It really confuses me when you Americans talk about the Red Party and the Blue Party, because over here, the Red Party is Labour, i.e. the left wing, and the Blue Party is the Conservatives, i.e. the right wing.
Yeah, it's backwards here. And
Yeah, well,
it
you
really
got to also remember your Conservative Party is basically, the conservative wing of the Democratic Party here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Conservative Party there would be the Liberal Party here.
Yes, I know our politics is much further to the left than yours. On the
Labor
whole.
Party, bunch of pinko bastards is what they are.
Where's Dallas? You sound like Dallas Dave. You channeling Dallas Dave here?
Really, it's not our fault. We really try. Most of us do actually care about other people.
At least ill in my country.
Americans as a whole have a rather benevolent streak to them. I mean, some of the world doesn't seem to think that, but overall, I don't think we're all that bad.
I quite agree with you, Bob. I think that on the whole, Americans are very nice people. I think on the whole, most people in most countries in most of the world are very nice people. Because people on the whole are generally very nice. Doesn't matter where you come from.
Yeah, but we try and temper our goals with benevolence to some extent. We're not an imperial country, for example. We've never really been into that, but I think that sometimes we get a little misguided. The biggest problem that we have is we have very short memories. We get bored easy is the problem with it.
Yeah, well, you don't have a lot of history, do you? Yeah, you don't have a particularly long amount of history as a nation.
No, not really. We're rather young, and we're rather we're a buildy type,
Yeah, you're the typical nouveau riche.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we have spots around here where the history goes back, 3,000 years.
The problem that we ran into is that we had too much land, too many people, and too many resources for our own good sometimes.
True.
We didn't have, Kansas wasn't keeping us in check.
Sorry?
Kansas wasn't keeping us in check, and Ohio, even though we have a border with them, we're not a constant threat to us. We also had internal lines of communication, so we didn't have to develop the fleet that the British had. I mean, it changed the way we did things to some extent.
Well, it kind of made you rather inward looking for quite a lot of the 20th century, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
It's amazing what happens when you have states bigger than some countries.
Yeah, I mean, we're just, face it, man, we're big. And
Yes.
we didn't really have a need for conquest because we have everything that we need,
All you had to do is go find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and pretty much, we kind of went out in the yard to try and find what we needed.
And if you were in Oklahoma, you could probably dig an oil well in your backyard.
Well, we have those here. There's a lot of oil where I am right now, and we also have a lot of wind is the other big thing that we have.
I grew up in Texas and Oklahoma, Bob, so yeah, and New Mexico, and spent some time in Arizona and Southern California, so lots of territory, lots of resources. Oh, crap, I hate getting old and cramps.
Oh dear, what's this? My daughter's putting goals on moving home and taking over my studio. I need to go put a stop to this shit right now. One daughter's room became a storage room. The other one became my studio. My son's room's the guest room, and we're tired of that. We're tired of not having places to. My mom's 85 years old. Here's the couch, Mom. No, that's not going to work anymore.
Are you saying the emptiness changing?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You gotta bolster them up when they need it. Just remind them they can actually do this on their own. Let me go deal with her. Talk to you guys in a bit.
Yeah, I think the best thing my parents ever did was after us kids left home was eventually when they moved, so that there wasn't that history of which child had slept in which room beforehand.
Ew, I don't want to sleep where my sister slept.
Or I don't want my brother sleeping in the room that I slept in.
Yeah, as a parent, you look at him and say, "Oh, well, you don't live here anymore."
Well, my daughter loves telling me that I don't have a spare room. It's still hers. She's been married and moved out 2 years.
You can solve that problem. You take the walls down and expand your living room.
I can't, unfortunately. I don't own the property.
Yeah, I'm in the same way. But there are things that I would do if I could.
After my daughter moved out, she moved back in twice. And then when she finally moved out for the last time, my mother-in-law moved in.
That's called family.
She just moved out 2 weeks ago.
Now, quickly, do something with the room so they can't move back in.
Working on it I've been working on it all week, actually.
Your dream TV room.
It's going to be a game room for my son.
There, yeah, but see, it's not for you, it's for your son.
Yeah, but I'm using the other room that my daughter was going in as my son's going in that one, and I'm taking his room and using it. I do long range marksmanship, so I have a reloading room. So I'm taking over the whole room for stuff like that. My hobbies.
Okay.
But my mother-in-law, the room my mother-in-law was in, is going to be my son's game room.
Long range merchant ships and reloading room. How does that tie together?
Marksmanship, rifle shooting, target shooting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And I would custom load my ammunition for it.
Yeah, well, long range marksmanship, if you're in that kind of competition, I would expect you to load your own.
I actually never did the competition. I actually just do it for fun on my own range.
Okay. Well, that still works.
You could be shooting in long range competitions that require you to use ammunition as issued. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of those around that will take you out to 1,000 yards.
Yeah, but you get just a little bit better if you customize the ammunition to the rifle. And besides one of my favorite rifles, I can't find ammunition for it. They haven't made 6mm PPC as a factory load in quite a long time.
That's why I stick with 308.
Oh, of course, they stopped making the PPC and started making 6BR, didn't they?
The 6 what? I'm sorry.
I think the big 6mm round now is the 6BR, 6 Norma BR, isn't it?
Yeah,
6mm here is 243, I think.
The 6BR is very similar in ballistics to the PPC. It's got a little bit more velocity, if I remember right.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the 6BR is kind of the not quite the same, but factory version of the PPC.
Yeah, I think it actually has a different shoulder angle is the biggest
difference. Because those 6mm calibers were all kind of wildcats, and then a couple of different manufacturers standardized on different load and chamber dimensions, slightly different chamber dimensions.
Yeah, they were all based off of the 220 Russian.
Bob, I think one of your clones went away.
Alan, we talk about ammo and everybody disappears, so might want to change the subject.
With the group that's in here, I would say talking about ammo would be as good a subject as any.
I can talk about it all day long, so I'm good with it.
You're talking about things that fall down, go boom, boom.
In fact, right now I'm trying to, next week I'm going to dig through my stuff and see if I can make a trade with somebody else to get a different powder for a reduced load for the 6.5 Creedmoor. I'm going to do a low velocity, low recoil load for my son for whenever he's well enough to actually shoot his rifle. So I want to do a really low recoil and load for it.
My brother was a gun enthusiast, and he did an awful lot of reloading for his weapons. I never got into it that much. I managed to play around with some of the heavy stuff in the Army, and just when I got finished with that, I just didn't have a liking. I'm not liking, but I didn't have a call for it. Wasn't a hunter, in other words.
Yeah, well, I was doing some hunting, and what got me started in it is I bought a new 270, and I was sighting it in, and I wasn't happy with the groups I was getting. At 100 yards, I was getting between 3 and 4 inch groups at 100 yards, and I was not real happy with that at all. And I tried several different factory ammos. I tried like 5 or 6 different factory ammos, and none of them were doing real well. And then all of a sudden, I ended up getting a dud on a Remington factory round. And then about a month later, I got another dud on another Remington box, a separate box. And at that point, I was like, if I'm going to miss something because of a dud or because of bad ammo, it might as well be bad ammo that I made. So I got all the stuff. I did a lot of reading, started hand loading them. And my first box of ammo that I tried shooting as I was working up a load, I was getting 1 inch groups from my first few rounds. And after that, I said, oh, let's see how good I can get it. And I've been doing that ever since.
You changed you changed the powder load, or what? You changed the powder load and adjusted it for yourself, and probably the grain of the bullet too. Did you not?
Yeah, and basically what I would do is I would start off at a low load and work up at 5/10 or 2/10 of a grain increments all the way up to a max load, find where the most accurate was. But all of them, from the minimum to the maximum, were more accurate than the factory loads. So even
How
the
many
worst
duds
was
did you?
better than the factory.
How many duds did you round? Or let me rephrase that. How many duds did you load per in number or in number of rounds?
Well, I've been doing it for just shy of 30 years, and I had 2 misfires, and that was during workup things. One of them was that I ended up the bullet actually didn't come it actually came unseated out of the bullet, out of the case, and it wasn't well, it wasn't a dud or anything. It just was not a very low velocity round because it had extra space. And then one of them was actually a primer that I had loaded. I had to pull some stuff because I changed the load or whatever, and I reloaded that same primer in another case, and that ended up being a dud. I think I got some oils from my fingers in it or something. I don't know, but it didn't fire.
So you're saying that out of 30 years, you got 2 rounds that didn't go.
2 rounds that one of them went boom, the other one just didn't do anything. So the one that went boom just didn't go boom the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, it just went boom, not boom, boom.
Squizzle and boom, then.
Yeah, there you go, squizzle and boom.
Now I've had stuff failure to feeds and stuff like that, which was some of the stuff whenever I'm working up and trying to get everything adjusted right. If I do a crimp on it and the crimp is not right, if it's like a a roll crimp, it could actually bow out the neck a little bit, and it'll make it to where it's a little harder to load in. So if you have a auto loader, it may not go in. But I do a lot of stuff. I case form, so I have to anneal cases and stuff like that.
Given that you save your own brass, recover your own brass, which costs more, a box of preloaded or a box of your own loads?
Well, they're preloaded by a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Now, I haven't bought stuff in quite a while, and stuff has gotten really hard to find lately over the last several years. But I can make a box of 50 premium match grade ammo with premium bullets for just slightly more than what you could buy the cheap rifle ammo for that same caliber for a box of 20, and my boxes were a box of 50. So getting the cheap bullets with the cheap ammo, like the cheapest stuff you can buy from the discount stores, I was able to make my premium match grade stuff with premium hunting bullets for about the same price. It just so happens that with all of the rounds that I shoot and load for, I just recently bought my first 9mm and my first 308. I'd never had a need for a 9mm or a 308, and I just so happened to come across some good deals on them. But
one of those.
I like 308 because they, unlike the 6mm, unlike the high accuracy, super accuracy 6mm, they are not really barrel burned. So you can get a hell of a barrel life out of a 308 compared with a match 6 or 6.5, say.
Well, the 6.5, yeah, but the 6mm, like something like the 6 PPC is not a high velocity round, so you can get a lot of rounds through it. Now, bench rest shooters, they'll wear out their barrel, but their wore out barrel is as good as most others' brand new barrel, and they usually depends on their technique, but some of them will clean between each shot.
Indeed. Well, it's down to I think it's down to the types of matches you shoot when it comes to bench rest. Down to the match rules, how often you're cleaning. Because I think in a lot of situations they're going to clean up. They're going to shoot a string, so it'll be a 5-shot string plus sighted, and they'll shoot that. And they'll very often, of course, they'll shoot the 5-shot string really quickly because they want to get it all off on the same wind condition. So they might well get the 5 shots to count. They might well get those off in 30 seconds.
But on with those barrels that they have a lot of heat sinking capability, and 5 shots don't get them very hot. You're shooting through a tractor axle.
Alan, who's
that
the
6 PPC is like 2,600 feet per second. Which is not a barrel burner. That's about the same velocity as a 308. anyway.
Yeah, it is.
It's like the 6.5 Creedmoor, so that's a pretty hot little round. Or any of the little oversized case versus the neck cartridge, like the neck down stuff.
Yeah, the huge monster cases with huge powder loads in it, pushing them skinny ass little bullets. You want to ask a question, Gary?
Yeah, I'm just wondering who the boy or the man is, young man, holding the weapon.
What, this one currently? That's my daughter.
Boy, did I get that wrong. You tell her I.
That's my daughter holding the holding an Accuracy International Arctic Warfare sniper rifle.
Okay. And there she is again. Okay, now I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it in the family.
I think there's a couple of years difference in the two photos.
One of the
3
sayings
years.
that we have here is the family that shoots together stays together.
Look, over here, to become a member of the National Rifle Association, you have to be 14 years old. Because although the NRA owns the ranges, the Ministry of Defence owns the range danger area.
Okay.
Because it's shared between military ranges at Pirbright and the NRA's ranges. So, and the NRA and the MOD have a rule that you have to be 14 years old to shoot on their ranges.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter was allowed to join the NRA at the age of 12.
Why?
Well, because I know the right people.
Daddy got pulled.
if Joe Bloggs turns up and has a child that wants to join the NRA, 14. If you're already a shooter who is known to the NRA to be a sensible shooter, then it becomes a slightly different matter. I mean, at the time, I was an instructor for the open days that the NRA ran, and there is a photograph in there of me coaching at an open day. So, yeah, it also didn't help that the husband of the membership secretary of the National Rifle Association is ex-Royal Air Force, as am I, and we used to shoot together in the Royal Air Force.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you're shooting, and of course my son shot as well, because there are some photos of my. I'm there shooting that one. I'm shooting in the red and white shooting jacket, and my son is on the far side of me in the beige shooting jacket. That's in the closer group, not the further group.
Yeah.
Because I just realised there's me in my red and white shooting jacket and my son in a beige jacket, and then there's a gap, and then there's two people pretty similar looking.
I got that, yeah.
Yeah, and there's my daughter when she was shooting 10-meter Olympic air rifle in the Great Britain Junior Squad at Bisley, in the NSRA Junior International.
You say NRA, National Rifle Association?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our one, not
That's
your one.
Is that the same organization we have here?
No, that's our one, not your one.
Okay.
I believe our one was set up before your one, but I'm not 100% certain. Our one was set up in 1859. And
in 1859, I doubt if we thought anybody would be in us have firearms.
I mean, you had a rifle association back then, because there were some very big international matches, sure. I mean, Creedmoor, the big Creedmoor matches between England and America, or Great Britain and America. But yeah, officially it's the National Rifle Association of Great Britain.
Okay.
I just posted one of my son in the VC text.
Let me go see. Teach them young, teach them early.
Concentration.
Well, the main thing that I see with that is teaching the young men respect for a weapon. You probably won't have many accidents out of him.
Actually, that little rifle right there was actually his sister's rifle. She's quite a bit older. She's 15 years older than me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's 12 years older than him. And it's a tiny, tiny little rifle. And he was small for his age, but he did quite well with it.
Was it 22?
Hell of a lot of eye relief he's got there, isn't it?
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said that's a heck of a lot of eye relief he's having to cope with there as well.
Yeah.
Is that a 22 caliber?
Yeah, it is a 22. It's a little single feed, little bolt action. You put one in it, close the bolt, and you pull the little striker in the back. And it actually has a pretty good trigger pull. I used to bring that little rifle with me in the stand. I'd stick it in my backpack when I'd go deer hunting. And if nothing's doesn't look like a good day for deer, I can usually come back with a squirrel or a rabbit or something.
A rabbit. If I'm not mistaken, my dad had just exactly like that. I remember single action, one round at a time, and once you got it cocked and loaded, there was pull at the back in order to finish finish loading the round, and then you can pull the trigger. Of course, we didn't have a scope on it at that time.
Yeah, this one came with actually some pretty nice little peep sights, but and I taught my daughter how to shoot with that first, and then we switched over to the scope, and she did really well with that. But my son, we never did with the peep sights. It already had the scope on it already. I've taught him on a different rifle, but it didn't fit him nearly as well. The problem was the length of pull on all of those. They're geared for 12-year-olds that are normal size. Well, he was younger than that, and he was small for his age even at that. So.
Was he 6, 7 years old there?
That's a good question. He might have been 8 or 9. Might have been
Okay.
about 8. I think he might have been 8. But yeah, he's very small for his age even now. But he's had a lot of medical issues. So hopefully
Just tell him that dynamite comes in. Just tell him that dynamite comes in small packages.
Oh, that's right. Well, I don't have to tell him. He'll tell me.
Good.
He is something else, man.
He doesn't let it get to him. That's good.
Oh, absolutely not. He'll get in the middle of he's training himself to become a chef, and he's gotten to be real good friends with some really high-end chefs in the areas, some nationally known chefs. He'll talk to he'll get in the middle of these adult chefs while they're having their conversations, get in the middle of the conversation, they'll keep talking with them, and he'll tell them if he thinks they're not doing something right. And respect his opinion. It's
That's
quite a
good.
to see. He's not afraid, not at all.
I know.
Yeah. At my range, there's no age limit. I just have to. My biggest limitation is if I feel comfortable with them having a firearm in their hand. I would. The company I worked for a survey company, and we had people from. We would work with people from all over the world, and if somebody came into the office and worked with us for a few weeks, we got to know them pretty well. We would offer to bring them out shooting, and we'd go over to my range to go shoot, and we'd bring them out there. And a lot of times it was people from places that normally would never be able to handle a firearm. And we'll start them off with little 22s and work their way up, and let them go to as much as we have or as much as they want to go. And some of those guys have come up. We had one guy that said we were talking about different firearms. I worked with a bunch of guys that really, I guess, would be considered gun nuts. But we would talk about it, and he couldn't understand why anybody would have more than one gun. And yeah, once you have one gun, why would you want a different one? Why would you want another one? Until he went shoot. And we started him off with the 22, and I think he went all the way up to a 454 Casal on the handguns, and up to 7mm Magnum on the rifles. And then he shot a 410 up to a 12 gauge on the shotguns. So we did them all, and he had the best time. He would take pictures. He was smiling and having a great time. So afterwards, he said. We asked him which one was his favorite. He said, "Man, that 22 was really fun, but that 9mm and 45 was really cool." And he said, "So if you only had to have one," he says, "Well, now I know why you would want more than one."
Yeah. I have 3 2.2 rimfires, and now given that our firearms legislation requires you to be able to have a good reason to hold each firearm, I worked out. I reckon I could probably find good reason to hold easily into double digits just 2.2 rimfires, just for shooting different competitions.
Well, we have that same thing here. It's called a wife. What's your good reason? Because I want it.
You know, because I'd want my National Sportball Rifle Association rimfire rifle for short range target shooting. So the 25 the up to 25 yards. I'd want one for that, and I'd want one for international 50 meter. And then I'd want one for 100 yards because that's another NSRA comp. And then and then there's 4 categories of 2.2 rimfire bench rest rifles, and 4 categories of lightweight sporting rifles, and I'd need, and I'd want a different rifle for all of those because they take a fair amount of setting up. Yes, you could change some in between, but if you got the money, why not just have one rifle for each competition? So you don't have to keep changing all the setup every time and re-zeroing scopes and everything else.
Yeah, going for target is a little different than going for hunting. You spend a lot more setting up a target rifle than you will for just grabbing something to go do a little bit of hunting.
Well, all of my rimfire target rifles, all of my rimfire rifles are all Anschuts.
Yeah, I've shot a few of those.
I mean, I'm lucky because even the one I got brand new was cheap. The median cost of my 3 Anschutz rifles is £50. Yep. I paid 600. I've got a 1980. I've got an 1813 that was built in 1984 that I bought that was bought new. That was £650 at the time when the list price for the gun was 990 for retail. I've got a 1964 proof 1411 Chrome rifle.
I do hope that's not me.
That I bought secondhand for £50. Is that me?
I can't tell where it's coming from. I've been muting myself because I know I got a lot of road noise over here.
Yeah, and then I've got an Anschutz Sporter that's pre-61 that's on the 54 that's on the 64 action, the not expensive one, and I paid £30 for that. See, the thing is, the old target rifles in the UK just have no value because of the licensing considerations. I mean,
yeah, you don't have the market like we have here.
So there's no market. I mean, that when I paid £50 for that 1411, the going rate for what I got, which was complete with all the sights in a very bashed up plastic traveling case, with all the the going rate for what I got was about $1,200 in the US. And I paid.
Yeah, that sounds more like the prices for the unshoots that I'm familiar with.
And I paid about $35.
That's amazing. Now, one thing every time I come across one of those rifles, I've been meaning to look it up, and I haven't done it yet because I'm never in a position to do it. Is that the same company that makes the gyro compasses? Because I've worked on the unshoots gyro compasses, and I'm pretty sure it's spelled the same. I don't know if it's the same company.
ANSCHUTZ.
Right.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that it's actually JG Anschutz. And I'm pretty sure they only make firearms these days.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was a branch off of the same company that made the gyro compasses. Because the first gyro compasses was an unshoots before the Sperry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that the gun making company is still a family-owned business, and they're on like the 4th or 5th generation of the current. Because there used to be an Anschutz rifle company based in Solingen in Germany. But at the end of World War II, they all came west and ended up settling in Ulm in Bavaria, where they are just round the corner from the Walter factory.
Okay, guys, can you hear me now?
We can.
If you were hearing funny noises, it's probably me. My AirPods ran out of battery, and I've had to switch over.
I have actually been on here long enough to drain my AirPods. Talk about, no, I'm not wasting a day. Mutual acquaintances across the great. This is a cultural exchange.
It is.
Yeah, I like getting the new perspectives on different things. A lot of times I'll just sit here and listen, especially whenever I'm always doing something else, so I'm never actually just sitting down listening. So I'm either driving, working, or doing something else. So there's always noise in the background for me.
I got a computer in front of me, yeah, and I'm talking, but 9 times out of 10, I got another window up, something else. Or I'm playing solitaire on.
Well, yesterday, whenever I popped on, I had the lathe running. I was actually turning some parts on the lathe. I had to hurry up and kill it because it was making some noise. What's it like buying ammo over in the UK? Is there a restriction on that, or how's that work?
The police can limit how much you can buy in one go. So most target shooters can get sort of 1,000 to 1,500 rounds they can purchase, and then they also say the maximum amount you're allowed to store. Now, because I was shooting at a fairly high level, I did at one point manage to get that up to purchase 5,000 rounds of 2.2, so I could have the rifle batch tested and buy a 5,000 round batch of ammo.
Yeah, because 1,000, that's only one box.
Sorry?
1,000, that's a standard box, is a box of 1,000. Brick, one brick of 22 is 1,000.
Yeah. So, you could buy a brick or half. You could buy. I mean, a lot of. I know of one shooter who could only buy who could only keep 150 round box at a time. So he could buy a box. He could buy 50 rounds, but he could only keep 50 rounds. So he had to shoot the entire box before he could buy more. I think that was partly the police trying to be difficult because they didn't particularly want to issue him a certificate, but they couldn't find a way of not issuing him a certificate.
Shoot, I probably had, in the car I had as a teenager, I probably had 50 rounds laying underneath the carpet in the car.
Yeah, that would be kind of illegal over here.
Hello, everybody.
Who's that? Oh, it's
Lyle.
Lyle.
Your favorite friend, Lyle.
Doing well?
Hey, what's up?
Just driving and chatting. So, do you do any shotgun, or it's only just rifle?
I do a bit of shotgun. That's why if you were able to see and not driving, there's actually currently on screen a photograph of 3 clay pigeon traps on a small trailer, simultaneously launching 3 clays into the air. And I designed the control systems for the clay traps. So, and there you go. There's a shotgun and a half.
Hey, Alan. Are you the longest distance shotgun shooter in the world? Can you shoot them like 2 miles?
No. I think you'd struggle to shoot any shotgun 2 miles.
I thought you were just that good.
I mean,
You got to do like the gangsters and kind of push it off your shoulder to get that little extra velocity.
Yeah.
It would be kind of magic if you could get all the shrapnel from a shotgun shell to travel 2 miles.
Well, I mean, they're all little. They're all preferably small, little round balls of lead. But yeah, the problem is that they do tend to be, because they are spherical. They have very poor aerodynamics.
Yeah, their ballistic coefficient is terrible.
And also, of course, they're generally pretty dang small. So it doesn't really matter how fast you fire them. They just slow down really fast. I mean,
how fast would they have to be fired to get them to go a mile?
I don't think you couldn't.
You would have to shoot them faster than the speed of light, right?
Not quite, but I don't think, because the problem is the faster you fire them, the faster they slow down. Yeah, because the slowing down is related to v squared.
They actually had some. They had some old black powder rifles that actually shot like a double-on or triple-on butt shot lead ball. It was a small caliber black powder rifle, and I don't remember what it was called, but it was basically shooting buckshot out as a rifle round. But I don't remember what kind of range they would get out of it. But they would stabilize it in like a 1 in 72 twist barrel. Best chance to get any kind of range out of a shotgun is to use a slug. And even then, it depends on the design of the slug will make a huge difference.
I mean, pretty much always accepted that it doesn't matter what power loading you're using. The maximum range of a shotgun is about 300 meters.
That's pretty accurate.
You know, it doesn't matter how much of a magnum load it is. The shot itself, and in fact, when I've had to set up shotgun ranges for clay shooting, that's what we work on. We work on that we have to have a clear line of sight of 300 meters in any direction the gun's going to get pointed. And then have a safety zone to the sides of that as well.
And that's mainly for like bird shot and stuff. I think if you put in like a heavy buckshot load, it might go a little bit further than that. Only because it's just you got a higher sectional density on each particular pellet.
Yeah, I mean,
but anything you would use for shooting clays or birds or anything like that are fairly small pellets, and they're going to be pretty limited on how far they go.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is that buckshot isn't particularly popular over here because you're not actually meant to shoot deer with shotgun. I think you can, but nobody would recommend shooting deer with shotguns in this country.
Really? Why not?
We have this thing called the British Deer Society. They didn't like people using self-loading rifles to shoot deer. And I'm not talking, AR-15s and fowls. I'm talking looks like a proper sporting rifle, but is semi-automatic instead of bolt action.
Yeah, but like a crank barrel shotgun, there's actually states over here that only allow you to use a shotgun to hunt deer with, and it's because of the range. They're not dangerous for a long distance, so they recommend the shotgun because it doesn't travel as far.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems over here is that for deer shooting, I think muntjac and Chinese water deer, you can use a 2.2 center. You can use 2.23 upwards, possibly 2.2. I think 2.2 Hornet might just be in, but I think Hornet's kind of variable on factory load. A lot of Hornet factory load won't be legal, won't be deer legal over here. So you're looking more 2.23, 2.23, 2.22, 2.23, and 22.250. But mostly they're considered fox calibers.
The 2.23 is generally, until recently, has been considered too small for deer over here.
And then,
in fact, there's several states that won't allow anything below a 2.43.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then any other deer than Chinese water deer and muntjac, you have to shoot them with at least a 2.43, and there are bullet weight and velocity requirements within it. And because of that, you're not technically allowed to shoot deer in the UK with a 30-30.
Because the velocity is not high enough?
Because the velocity is not high enough.
But it's got the extra weight. So,
well,
4570. So a 4570 is not powerful enough to bring down a deer in your
Correct.
That is wild. You can bring down a buffalo from 1,000 yards with it, but it's not enough to take down a little.
It's because the law as written has a velocity requirement, muzzle velocity requirement. If it doesn't meet the muzzle velocity requirement, you can't use it.
That's neat. So you can't use any black powder firearms then either.
No, I wouldn't have thought you could use any. No, black powder is going to be out of the question because again, you're never going to make the velocity with black powder.
No. Wow. Yeah, because I got a buddy that his favorite rifle is a 4570, and man, when he hits those poor deer, they spin in the tracks. It's way overkill.
I'm not saying it's yeah. Of course I mean, as I understand it, 30-30 is one of the most popular deer calibers in the entire United States. Well, at least was for a long time.
Yeah, for a very long time it has been.
You know, it's just because it was because there was, I mean, it might be improving now, but see, the British police base whether a caliber is acceptable on not what it can be loaded to, but on what is available from the factory as factory ammo. And if there's no factory ammo that meets the requirements for it, then you can't have one for shooting deer.
You put a velocity limit on the thing, though. Is what I'm. What's the purpose of the velocity limit?
To
Like I
appease
said,
to appease those people that would prefer that no animal ever got shot anywhere.
Okay, yeah. Don't have to say anymore. I understand. Yeah, we have some for archery. Basically for like a crossbow. Until recently, no one could use a crossbow on archery season or even on rifle season unless you had amputation or severe injury. They were the only ones that were allowed to use a crossbow. So you couldn't use a crossbow, but you could use a rifle, which made no sense. And even if I mean, they had a lot of stuff like that where it's like it didn't make a whole lot of sense as to the way the rule was written.
I mean, the thing with the crossbow is crossbows are, relatively speaking, silent weapons, aren't they, compared with a rifle? Right. Even a rifle with a sound model. Yeah, because anything that's going to properly do the job on a deer is going to be supersonic bullet-wise, and therefore a sound moderator will make it harder to locate the rifle's position, but you're still going to hear the round going down range.
Yeah, but I could use my compound bow with no problem. Just not a crossbow.
Well, we're not allowed to hunt with bows full stop.
Oh, really? No bows at all?
No bows at all. Yeah. In fact, technically, we're not even allowed to have broadhead arrows anymore. You can get in trouble for having a broadhead.
The pig situation over here is to the point to where they've been opening up just about every other year. They open up something else that you can use to hunt pigs, and there's been people with in fact, if it wasn't for some of the stuff my son's been going through, I would have a thermal scope on my 300 AAC blackout with my suppressor on the end for hunting pigs.
Yeah.
But they also I have some buddies that actually hunt them with a knife. They jump out of a tree.
Dog and knife seems a bit. Ugh.
Yeah, I have some friends that are pretty crazy. Same guys have hunted them with spears, which takes a bit of guts to go after pigs with just a spear.
They're proper boar spears.
They make their own, and I think they actually have a cross member to keep them from coming up. But
I was going to say, I hope they got the cross piece on.
Yep. They generally make their own spears.
I was going to say, I mean, the boar spear with the cross piece on has been a de facto design for well over 1,000 years.
Yeah. Yep. And there was a reason it was developed.
Yeah.
Now, I've hunted them with taking down a couple of them with a handgun. But
yeah,
I've never
I guess you're going to want
that.
I guess you're going to want something a bit more than a 9mm as well, aren't you?
I was using a 44. And that's
Yeah,
why I've never really had a 9mm. I didn't have a need for one. I mean, I had several other handguns. In fact, whenever I told somebody that I got my first 9mm, and they thought that that was my first handgun, and they were going to try to teach me about handguns, I said, no, wait. I've got a lot of handguns. I just don't have a 9mm.
yeah. I don't like shooting 9mm anyway. Although, of course, the only 9mm I've shot have been Browning high powers or clones thereof. And I mean, the Hungarian Feg that I shot was such a clone of the Browning that parts are interchangeable.
Yeah.
But
I like a high power. I like a 1911, so the Browning high power kind of has that same kind of feel. I kind of like that.
yeah. Oh,
but 9mm just it feels different than a 45. You know, it just doesn't feel the same.
I don't like I find that the 9mm is, again, like I said, only shot a high power. But I found the 9mm stung the palms of my hands when I shot it in an unpleasant way. So it just felt unpleasant to shoot. I'm not a big pistol shooter anyway, but having shot 45 ACP semi-auto, that was, mind you, that was a very old one. That was a 90-year-old gun in the 1990s. It was just like, unpleasant. I really liked shooting my 357 that I put. I always just shoot with 38 special target loads.
That's what I was gonna say. Is I shoot a 44, and my revolvers like the hot loads, unlike my rifles. My revolvers like them hot, and my 44 comfortable for me to shoot. My 357 hurts. And it's not near as powerful as my 44, but man, it's just got that sharp recoil, and it just kind of slaps it stings the inside of your hand.
Yeah. I mean, I had a Smith & Wesson 586, 6-inch Smith & Wesson 586 with the Pachmeyer grips on it.
The rubber overmolded Pachmeyer?
Yeah, the rubber overmolded ones, rather than the original nice walnut grips that came with it. I think the Pachmeyers were much nicer to shoot.
I'm getting that 9mm. That 9mm that I picked up was a Smith & Wesson M&P. It was the compact. Trying to blank on it now.
Well,
it was a little compact one, but it's the middle size compact. Must be getting tired. I'm drawing a blank. But it's really nice. It feels comfortable in the hand. It shoots almost like a full size gun. The recoil is actually pretty comfortable. It's got a pretty aggressive texturing on the handle, but it doesn't hurt to shoot. So it's not bad. I just don't care for the striker fire trigger pull. I like the hammer. The hammer guns, kind of like the 1911 and stuff like that. The trigger pull is just way better on them. But as far as that type of gun goes, this is actually not bad, and that's why I went on and got it.
I have absolutely no experience at all of any of the Smith & Wesson M&P series guns. because they came out after we weren't allowed to have those sorts of toys anymore.
I got kind of. It came with the reflex sight on it, and I put the flashlight. It has a laser on it, which I wasn't necessarily going for, but the one that fit nice had the laser on it. So I have them all co-witness together, and they'll do well. I haven't shot it for any though. Been all my time driving on the road.
It's around. Oh, it's Ruffini too. That might be him. I hope he was smart enough to get us a table.
Well, they come in.
To Bob, you're hot micing.
Budge at all. He's at abacus. I'm running back over to my truck. Text me when you're here.
Over here.
Yeah, the other one I got recently was the 308, which was a M1A.
Nice.
That one's pretty nice. I haven't got a chance to bring that one out to the range yet.
Yeah. See, I would really like to be allowed to be able to have a inch pattern foul, but we're not allowed semi-automatic centerfire rifles anymore.
Well, at the same time, I ended up getting two of them at the same time. So one of them was the M1A, one of them was the DPMS 308. So it's a AR style 308.
Yeah. Basically a modern version of the AR-10.
Yeah, it's a different. It's a AR-10 made by a different company, basically.
Yeah.
Other than Armalite. In fact, I think their model number is AR-308.
Right.
But it's a pretty nice setup too, and I haven't brought that one to the range yet either. I mean,
yeah, from what I gather, some of the modern some of the modern guns in 308 are close to an AR-15. Yeah, they've got a lot of the mods that were done for AR-15s fitted, compared with what an original AR-10 would be like.
yeah, this one actually has in fact, that's probably one of the things I will change on it. Is it has the quad rail Picatinny rail on the front, and
yeah.
I don't care for those. If I'm going to do a modular rail, I would probably change it to like an M-lock or something like that, which I have on one of my other rifles, which is pretty nice. And that kind of gives you modular. If I'm going to use it for pig hunting or something like that, you kind of need a light. My 6mm that I use, I actually have a green laser illuminator on it, and I can illuminate a target. I can illuminate a tree 400 yards away and see the individual squares of the bark through my scope at total darkness at night, just from illuminating with that laser. I'll make it illuminate about a 20-foot area, and if there's an animal like a coyote or a pig or something like that, their eyes glow easily.
Yeah.
Concentrated on that area, and you could see everything really well.
Yeah, I've experienced those laser illuminators.
It's pretty nice, and it's it was a good first step. I have a night vision, but I don't think that would be something I would want to put on that particular rifle. And if things go well in the next year or two, I would love to get a hold to a thermal if I'm able to go back and start hunting again. I haven't done it in 3 years. 5 years. I haven't done it in 5 years. But if I could do it, start getting into it again and have a place to take down some pigs, wouldn't mind investing in a thermal.
Yeah, I mean, the thermals now have got really good prices, haven't they? Because it's all going digital, of course, which helps.
Yeah. Well, the thermals are still stupid expensive, but they have come down some. The problem is all these big corporations are buying out those nice ones. There was a one that I really liked, and Fleer ended up buying them out. And it was Armacite. And Fleer, I didn't care for their product as much as I liked the Armacite product. Well, they bought out Armacite and incorporated that into theirs, and they changed it to do the upgrade thing, so it's not as good as the one that Armacite had. So I'm a little disappointed in that. Kind of wish I would have got a hold to the Armacite before they got bought out. But they're freaking expensive. Stuff going on with the pandemic and my son and all of that stuff. I just couldn't drop that kind of money on it.
No. I think the really funny thing is the number of people over here who look at the price of night vision in the UK and go, I ain't paying that. I can buy that from a retailer in America, and the retailer in America can ship it to me, and it's a lot cheaper. And you tell them, yes, but you won't get any warranty on it. And they go, but they offer a warranty. They do indeed. But have you ever tried sending a night vision scope that was sourced in America back to the USA?
Yeah.
It'll get seized with US customs as it arrives.
Yeah, we have similar things right there. We have ITAR and regulations and everything. And actually, y'all can't get a lot of the stuff that we can get here, from what I understand, because they're not allowed to ship outside. The refresh rates are kind of limited. You can get the same resolution, but I don't think y'all could get the same refresh rates that they could sell inside the country. And even if you bought it in the country, you're not allowed to take it out of the country without written authorization from the Defense Department or Treasury Department.
The problem is that this is a scope that was legal to export from the US. Is then illegal? Is if you want to return it if you need to send it back for warranty work on it, it's illegal to import it in. It's illegal to import it back into the US.
We run into similar stuff like that with motion sensors, IMUs that we would buy from France. There's a Planix in France would sell these motion sensors that we'd use on our boats, and if we brought it into the U.S., it was now considered a controlled ITAR restricted object item. So we were no longer allowed to ship it outside of the U.S. without federal approval. You got to send off all kinds of paperwork before you could send it back. It was so much of a pain in the butt to get all of that done, to send it back to France, where we got it from, to have it calibrated to bring it back. There was no way to where you could keep it up in calibration if you would send it back to them. So what we did is from then on we would buy them put them on our boats and keep our boats overseas. And as long as it never touched shore in the United States, it was no longer a NITAR thing, and they could ship it back to France whenever they needed calibration. But we would move it
Yeah.
from one boat to another just to keep it from touching shore over here.
Hunter or Alan, can I break in for a minute?
Yeah.
I think somebody ought to look at the YouTube chat.
Oh.
What's going on?
Some anti-vaxxers.
Vaxxers? I can't look at it right now. I'm on the road.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if Dr. Bob is here.
He's not really. I've just whacked on there. Oh, it should have said no anti-vax comments, please, or you will be booted, and I will be keeping an eye on it. But
Thank you.
and because I'm absolutely certain Bob would kick him for it as well.
Yeah, and it could hurt his channel.
Yeah. In fact. Oh, because they do the yes, because they. I'm going to remove the. Boom. There we go.
Thanks, Alan.
Doing well, Judy?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Weather's getting pretty nasty over there.
No, right now it's above freezing, so it's been icy. There was snow and then it got above freezing, so now there's ice on the ground.
That kind of makes it worse.
Yes.
Driving and walking on snow is not too terrible, but doing it on ice, black ice, that sucks.
Yeah, I wear covers on over my shoes that are studded for walking on ice.
I don't have such high-tech gizmos for walking. I'm usually walking in mud. Don't have to worry about ice too often. What about your bike? How's that handle in the snow and the ice?
I have a three-wheel bike,
Ah, that
so
makes it better.
it's not a problem on ice, unless it was on a steep hill.
The pedals turn both back wheels?
There's one wheel in the back, and then two in the front.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that is the more stable way to do a tricycle.
I think so too, because if I go over a curb or something and I have one wheel that's higher than the other, I can tip over. So if they're both in the front, I can make sure that they're both that I'm coming in at right angles to the curb.
I mean, if you look at things like the Morgan three-wheel motor car, that has the two wheels at the front, and then you've got things like the old there's a famous British three-wheeler that they used in Only Fools and Horses in the van thing. I can't remember, but I'm sure somebody somewhere will post. That had the two wheels at the back, and they're a lot less stable. You can very easily make one of those roll over.
Yeah, I like it with the two in the front. The only problem I have is like on level ground, if I have the pedals top and bottom dead center, it's really hard to get started again.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean.
Without getting off and giving it a push.
It doesn't have multi-speeds,
I have 3 gears.
but it's not done like a 10-speed bike with the sprockets.
No, it's in the hub.
It's in the hub. Okay. So you can't really turn your pedals backwards to get it back into good position.
No, if I pedal backward, that's brake.
Ah, okay. Well, if you ever find yourself heading towards the southern part of the United States for any send me farms that I have. I have an old British 303 also that you might be interested in.
So sorry, Heather, you're breaking up really badly at the moment.
Yeah. I was saying that if you ever find yourself coming to the southern U.S., send me a DM and I'll let you try to shoot some of the firearms I've got. I have a few you might be interested in.
I'm always if I was ever able to travel to the US, you would believe the number of people that have invited me to go shooting with them.
Yeah, I had a couple of British guys that I let them shoot a 303 British that I had, and they really got a kick out of that because of the history from back out home, you know.
Yeah. I've not shot. I'm trying to think. I've not shot a number 1, but I've shot a shed load of number 4s in 303. I've shot the number 8, which is basically a single shot 2.2 rimfire training rifle based on the number 4 action. And then I've shot the FAL, which is in 308, obviously, or 762. Shot the L39, which is a 762 conversion of the number 4, converted to a target rifle.
My brother-in-law has a 8mm Mauser converted to 308.
Sorry?
My brother-in-law has an 8mm Mauser that was converted. It was a Spanish Mauser converted to 308.
Yeah. I shot one of those once. I very nearly went and beat the crap out of the person who asked me to fire it. He didn't tell me where he got it from. I was a little unhappy because I couldn't get it to, because after I fired it, I couldn't get it to extract the round because it was a little tight.
Oh, geez, that ain't good.
Yeah, you couldn't. We ended up bashing the bolt with heavy objects in order to open it because it didn't want to open. Then I found out that that this rifle had actually come from a gunsmith who I know as the Butcher.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
That's terrible.
I'll shoot almost anything, but I won't shoot anything that's been through his hands. And my friend, who is also a firearms dealer, knows this, and he still got me to test. We were on the range, and I was like, "Go on, you fire it." So I said, "All right, then I'll give it a go." And what I didn't notice was that he slipped off the firing point and hid round the back because he didn't want to be present if it did go boom.
Sounded like he didn't like you very much.
Oh, he was pretty sure it wouldn't go boom, but and anyway, I wasn't stupid enough to be firing it out of the shoulder. I rested it. I put it on the bench and made sure it was just pointing at the sandbank, and stood back from it and depressed the trigger. As close to putting it in as fixing it in a rest and tying a bit of string to it as I could get. Yeah, I mean, chamber failure would not have been pleasant.
I've seen some failures, and that's definitely not something I want to happen to me.
Yeah, and of course, some of those old La Coruña Maus K38s that were built, K98s that were built, were actually built in 762 to 51.
Yeah.
Because the Spanish kept building them after the war, and they actually built some in 762.
I think I'm pretty sure this one was a conversion that was done afterwards. Yeah.
Well, if it was converted, if this one was converted, it was converted by La Coruña and had all the La Coruña stamps on the barrel that you would expect to see, as well as on the action.
We've also got one of the ones that's the cheap surplus rifle that's super cheap and fairly decent rifle, but there's a lot of them around here. Is the old Mosin Nagant.
Oh, yeah.
There's a ton of those around here. For a while, back 80s and 90s, a lot of the gun shops would have a barrel with these things just stacked in there, and you can buy them for like $20-$30 a piece. Now they're going for a couple of hundred now, but it wasn't that long ago that they were $20-$30 each.
Yeah.
So, dig through it, you can usually find one that's pretty decent shape. I have an old 6.5 Swede.
Yes. 6.5 per 55 Swedish.
Yes. Man, that rifle is long. That's probably the tallest rifle I've got. The action on that one is every bit as smooth as that 303 is.
Well, my 7.62 target rifle is actually built on a Mauser K98 Action, and it's got a 29 inch barrel and a fairly long butt. So it's I think it's about 50, I think it's about 50, it's very nearly 59 inch overall length, or it just about goes in my 59 inch gun case.
Yeah.
And I was down at Bisley, and during the big national championships, and they have the military there to provide security and all sorts of stuff, because it used to be, a lot of military people taking part as well. And the year I was there, the duty regiment were the Gurkhas, and we were finishing up, and this group of Gurkhas come past and were, sort of wanting to look at our bang sticks. So, this is a rifle designed for shooting prone only. And I give it to this little Gurkha, and he probably holds it up and tries to look down the sights, look through the sights on it in the standing position. Well, I think he couldn't. I think he was like 10 or 11 inches from the rear sight, as close as he could get his eye to the back side. Because I think the gun was nearly as tall as he was.
Yep. Some of them are quite long.
Yeah. This a gun I considered to be long. I mean, not like a long Mosin Nagant. And then, of course, you've got the folding bayonet, and you can fold the bayonet out and make it even longer.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably don't want to use that in CQB. You won't be able to turn around down the hallway.
I tell you when it might be useful, when you're shooting pigs.
Oh, yeah.
Because Because in the last ditch, you can always use it as a ball, as a ball spear.
That would actually make a pretty good backup rifle for pig hunting.
Yeah, the original with the very long, the original very long one with the folding bayonet.
Yep.
And if I remember right, it's a cruciform bayonet as well. So yeah, it's actually going to be really good to use as a pig sticker. In fact, if I remember right, the cruciform, the big long cruciform bayonet we had for some of the rifles at one point was also known as the pig sticker bayonet.
Convenient.
Bugger. Time to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm headed for bed too. It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah.
Just about into Houston, so you kept me awake through my entire ride here, so I appreciate that.
Well, that's good. Now, I ended up falling asleep about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and I woke up in pitch darkness at 5, when my carer turned up to do my dinner, and like I thought it was morning time. I thought I'd slept all night in the armchair.
Alan, I'll say good night.
Judy. Good night.
If you're going to be around for a while, you might keep an eye out on the chat.
Yeah, I'm not going to be that much. I'm not going to be very far behind you in the not being awake breaks. I was just checking a couple of other Discord server text chats, and then I was off to bed myself.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Judy.
Good night, Judy.
Have a decent night's kit.
Yeah, I will. Okay.
And whenever you go to, good night, Alan.
Okay. Right, well, I'm off to bed now as well. So, anybody who's left watching out in the YouTube, please play nicely in the chat. Thank you.
They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours. Like it's born in my veins, my culture banging with strange. I change the game, so what's my motherfucking name? Rock! Desecration, defamation. If you want to bring it to the masses, face to face, now we escalating. When I have to butt loose the asses, lean on ya like a dream. When I'm rumbling, you gotta. They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. They gon' rob her. They gon' take your face off. It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours.